Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I do apologize for our issues. I had to make sure I punished those who caused this problem. It was just minor, but I just can't allow to continue this kind of issues. This is ridiculous. I mean, this doesn't make any sense. Why? Why would we have such problems? Nothing was wrong before, so... Oh, well, never mind. We'll just go ahead and continue. Okay. Oh, well, welcome, everyone, to tonight's festivities. I am, as always, your host, Beyond 5150, and tonight I have a very special guest who's decided to join us here at the asylum. Well, he definitely belongs here with such a mind as his. I found him in such a serendipitous manner. It must have been fate that brought such a youthful mind to us all. Oh, he will be such a wonderful addition to our family. I must say, we should allow him to tell you all how we met. Oh, you can't leave now. I flailed around rapidly, trying to locate the source of the voice. The more I looked around me, the more my mind disorientated me, until it felt as if the voice was encompassing the whole room. Looking around me from the most rational point of view possible, considering the mundane circumstances, everything I saw around me with a relatively clear and collected mind only served to weaken the chains of my fear and pure terror. All around me, there was nothing but bodies. It wasn't just that. These bodies had been mutilated and deformed to a point beyond recognition. Hell, I can't even make out what gender half of them were anymore. Some of them had their faces cut right open, revealing flesh, bone, and muscle in revolting amounts. The smell was what caught me next. The pungent odor emanating from every surface around me, along with the bodies, caused just such a barrage of my senses that I bent down, broken, and throwing up an amount I would have previously deemed either impossible or fatal. But how did this all start? The horror stories have become reality in my mind. This asylum, and this sick, twisted bastard running the whole ordeal. What's going to happen to me? I was nothing but a student, writing casually as a means of both stress relief and hobby. I had received multiple reviews indicating that I did good work, so it wasn't necessarily a surprise to me when I was approached by a person claiming to do narration of horror stories, and then claiming he was interested in my work. I couldn't find any particular problems. Actually, I couldn't find anything about his work. When I inquired further about this, he mentioned he did most of his readings in live streams. Me being a dumbass I am, decided it would be a good idea to meet him face to face on the outskirts of... Oh, naughty, Viktor. You just can't be telling everyone where we are. It takes away from the suspense. Maybe I need to impress upon you what you can and cannot do in the future. But for now, well, let's just continue his story. He said he had other writers here, working professionally. I had to see it for myself. Seeing the location, knowing without a shred of doubt that it was an abandoned asylum, should have been enough to get me to turn around and forget about everything. Despite my best judgment, I still continued to get out of the car and walk towards the asylum. Attempting to call him yielded no results, and I realized to my dismay, my phone had no service. And seeing loudspeakers and potentially an intercom system in front of the asylum, it served to quell my worries slightly, and I felt no suspicion when the intercom clicked, and the still, cold, almost timid voice of the narrator leaked out of the speakers. "You can come in, Viktor," followed by the doors of the asylum opening. Every room I entered from that point became progressively darker, up to a point where I could see almost nothing, none of my surroundings. Then the intercom clicked once more, scaring me right out of my skin. "Viktor, the room in front of you is to be the writer's room. I'm waiting in there for you, along with some other friends of mine." I walked in and was not surprised when I saw nothing but darkness. "Ha! Very funny. Now where are they really?" I said, only barely hearing the sound of the door closing behind me as the lights flickered on. "Welcome, Viktor, to your new home." Well now, isn't this mine so wonderful? He definitely is a great addition to our family. In fact, here's a couple other stories I'll be reading later. Obviously, with such a dynamic and enterprising mind, I couldn't wait to put his astonishing talents to use. I will wait for later to read them, though. That way, his way with words can thrill you, as it does me. Yes. Obviously, the more of these wonderful, wonderful authors I come across, the more wonderful I can make these stories for you. So if you really do want to have more amazing stories, please find me some more authors. I just can't wait to share with you the joys and the thrill of such amazing and wonderful stories. So, let's see who has joined us today. So it appears that, we have Kayla and, Casey with one of my authors. She definitely is wonderful, don't you all think? She has another story coming, I'm sure. We'll have to make sure it keeps you all entertained for as long as possible. Oh, looks like we have Christine. Are you visiting today, Christine, or are you going to join our family? Oh, look, we have Dustin. Hi, Dustin. And what else? Who else do we have? It appears Kayla is going to take a nap, going to bed. Oh, such a bummer. Well, maybe we'll have her committed later in the future. Obviously, if she's making the choice to go to bed now, she's not quite where we're looking for. We shall see in the future. So tonight, I do have a large selection for you all. I think tonight I'm also going to read a story I've already read for you previously. However, I really believe I can impart a far more insidious feeling, a more thrilling environment. So, I will go ahead and choose for the first story of the evening, the fabulous Telltale Heart. Of course, you all know who has written this, I would assume. I think it would be disturbing if you all were not aware. I mean, he is, well, was the founder of this asylum. I mean, his mind, that is. So, Mr. Edgar Allan Poe has written wonderful stories for everyone. It was him who has inspired me to create this for you all. So, without further ado, the Telltale Heart. True! Very, very dreadfully nervous I had been and am. But why will you say I'm mad? The disease had sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in the heaven and in the earth. I've heard many things in hell. How, then, am I mad? Hearken and observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived, it haunted me day and night. Object, there was none. Passion, there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. He had never given me insult. For his gold I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yeah, it was this. He had the eye of a vulture, a pale blue eye, with film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold, and so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man, and thus rid myself of the eye forever. Now, this is the point. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing, but you should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded. With what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him. And every night, about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and opened it, oh, so gently. And then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed, so that no light shone out, and then I thrust in my head. It took me an hour to place my head in the whole room, so far that I could see him as he lay on his bed. You should have laughed to see. You would have laughed to see how cunningly I've done this. I moved ever so slowly, so very slowly that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. Would a madman been so wise as this? And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously. Oh, so cautiously, for the hinges creaked. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon that vulture's eye. And I did this for 7 long nights, every night, just at midnight, but I always found the eye to be always closed, so it was impossible to do the work. For it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning, when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke to him courageously, calling him by name in a hearty tone, inquiring how he had passed the night. So you see, he would have been a very profound old man indeed to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in upon him while he slept. Upon the 8th night, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moves far more quickly than mine. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my sagacity. I could hardly contain my feelings of triumph. To think that there I was, opening the door, little by little, and he not even dreamed to think my dark, secret deeds or thoughts. Fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly as if startled. Now you may think I drew back. No. His room was black as pitch, with a thick darkness, for the shutters were close fastened through fear of robbers. And so I knew he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing on it, steadily. I had my head in, and was about to open the lantern when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening, and the old man sprang up in the bed, crying out, "Who's there?" I kept still, quite still, and said nothing. For a whole hour I didn't move muscle, and in the meantime I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed, listening, just as I have done night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently, I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was a groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain or of relief. Oh, no, it was a low, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I know the sound well. Many a night, just at midnight, when all the world slept, it has welled up from my own bosom, deepening with its dreadful echo the terrors that distracted me. I say I knew it well. I knew what the old man felt and pitied him, though I chuckled at heart. I knew he had been laying awake ever since the first slight noise, when he had turned in the bed. His fears had ever been growing since upon him. He had been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. He had been saying to himself, "It's nothing but the wind in the chimney. It's only a mouse crossing the floor. Or it is merely a cricket which has made a single chirp." Yes, he had been trying to comfort himself with these suppositions, but he found it all in vain. All in vain, because death, in approaching him, had stalked with his black shadow before him and enveloped the victim. And it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a little, very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until at length a simple, dim ray, like the thread of a spider, shot out from the crevice and fell full upon the ulcer's eye. It was open! Wide open! And I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distinctness, all dull blue, with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow in my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray, as if by instinct, precisely on the damned spot. And have I not told you? What you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the sense. Now I say there came to my ears a dull, low, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury as the beating of the drum stimulates the soldier into courage. But even yet, I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could to maintain the ray upon the eye. Meantime, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker, and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, I say, louder every moment. Do you mark me well? I've told you I am nervous. So I am. And now, at the dead hour of the night, amid the dreadful silence of the old man's house, so strange a noise as this to excite me to uncontrollable terror. Yet for some minutes longer, I refrained and stood still. But the beating grew louder and louder. I thought the heart must burst, and now a new anxiety seized on me. The sound would be heard by the neighbor. The old man's hour had come, and with a loud yell, I threw open the lantern and leapt into the room. He shrieked once only. In an instant, I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. Then I smiled gaily to find the deed so far done. But for many minutes the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there for many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. If you still think me mad, you will no longer think so when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. The night waned, and I worked hastily, but in silence. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head and the arms and the legs. I then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantlings. I then replaced the boards so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatever. I had been too wary for that. The tub had caught it all. And when I had made an end of these labors, it was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. As the bell sounded the hour, there came a knock at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart, for what now had I to fear? There entered 3 men, who introduced themselves with perfect suavity as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. Information had been lodged at the police offices, and the officers, had been deputed to search the premises. I smiled. For what had I to fear? I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man I mentioned was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed. In enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room and desired them here to rest from their fatigue, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manners had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted of familiar things. But ere long, I felt myself getting pale and wishing them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears, but they sat, still chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued and gained definiteness until at length I found the noise was not within my ears. No doubt I grew very, very pale, but I talked more fluently and with a heightened voice. Yet the sound increased. And what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, such as a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, and yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles in a high key with violent gesticulations. But the noise steadily increased. Why would they not be gone? I paced the floor, to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observations of the men. But the noise steadily increased. God, what can I do? I foamed. I raved. I swore. I swung in the chair upon which I had been sitting and grated it across the boards. But the noise arose over all and continually increased. It grew louder and louder and louder. And still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they heard it not? Almighty God, no, they heard, they suspected, they knew! They were making a mockery of my horror. This I thought, and this I think. But anything was better than this agony. Anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no more. I felt I must scream or die. And now, again, hark! Louder! 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 Villains! I shrieked. Dissemble no more! I admit the deed. Tear up the planks. Here, it is the beating of his hideous heart. Now, I hope you all enjoyed that. It's quite a wonderful mind, Mr. Poe. Obviously, he was not normal like many. I hope you appreciate the work he put into it, as it's been hundreds of years since he wrote it, but it still elicits such exquisite emotion. And so, I believe we'll move on forward to another job. Well, another story. Job for our writers, of course. You do know that they depend on you. Your reaction, your opinions, your feelings of how they have written set their situations. So if you just don't like what you have heard, then I guess I would have to find a way to encourage the writers. Maybe here in the near future I'll try that one. It definitely is a very interesting and fascinating poem, to be sure. And hello, as the Noose Titans. Pleasure to see you. So our next story for the evening is by Googly Eyes 93. Obviously, we've had a few stories by Googly Eyes, and thus far he is not disappointed. I think it's important to continue providing more stories. How else am I to entertain you all? This story is titled, "My Father Left Me a Box of VHS Tapes When He Died. Each one shows a different apocalypse, and ours may be next." I wasn't upset when I got the call last week. Honestly, I was kind of expecting it. Surprised it hadn't happened earlier, really. The old man had been fighting off heart trouble for years, and it finally got the best of him. The hospital he passed away at called me in to confirm who he was, and the funeral arrangements had already been taken care of in his will. Now, all there was to do was pack up his house. I know, it seems cold of me to talk about him like this. He was my father, after all. Truth is, he wasn't much of a father other than a name. He was constantly pouring himself into his work, almost never home. When he was distant or asleep, usually passing out on the couch by noon on his days off. He didn't talk about his work much, said it was classified. I just know he worked in some lab studying quantum something or another. I didn't hold that against him at first, not until I was 14. When I got home from school and found my mother collapsed in the kitchen, I tried shaking her, doing chest compressions, anything that might bring her back, but she was cold to the touch already when I found her. Her eyes had that white film over them that death brings, and she was stiff, not easily moved. I called Dad 3 times with no answer before I finally gave up and called 911 to report what happened. When they got her in for the autopsy, it was discovered she had an aneurysm, completely random, no way to predict or stop it. A nurse consoled me at the hospital as they wheeled her body into the morgue. They tried to call Dad too, but had about as much luck as me. He finally showed up 2 days later, looking like he had been through a bender that would make Charlie Sheen jealous. He mumbled something about being sorry and then sleptwalked through the funeral. After that, it was business as usual, with me fending for myself while he worked. Naturally, I got away from there as soon as possible. Went off to a good college, got a scholarship, and a full ride through, and I'm currently finishing up my doctoral degree. Things have been stressful. It's a doctorate. I don't know what I expected, but I am managing. I made the arrangements with my professors to take a couple weeks off class while I closed everything back home, and here we are now. Stepping back into my childhood home was surprising, really. The place, it looked immaculate, with just a small layer of dust on everything. It almost looked like he hadn't come back home since I left 8 years ago. Hell, he probably hadn't. Probably just stayed at the lab and crashed on a bench or something when he was tired. At least this would make packing up and cleaning easy. I got to work and cleaning out the kitchen first, then slowly making my way further into the house. His bedroom was the last to go, and I took a deep breath as I entered. There was not a single thing out of place. The same bed, dresser, and lamp that he had since I was born, still in the same place after all these years. The only thing that was strange was the box sitting on his bed. I noticed there was writing on top as I moved toward it, making it out to say for Mark as I drew closer. So, this bastard couldn't call a right for 8 years after I left home, but he could leave a box sitting here, completely sealed, before he goes through with heart failure. I felt a small tinge of rage build up in my chest, hot fire pushing through my throat. God. Last thing I needed for my stress ulcers start up during all this. I grabbed the box cutter from the kitchen table and sat down on the bed. The box was heavy, packed full, but perfectly stacked to fill out every inch of that space. When the hell could he have left after all this time? Upon opening the flaps of cardboard, I saw stacks upon stacks of old VHS tapes. Each one was meticulously labeled with his name, date, and a 5-digit number underneath it. On top of all that was a letter from Dad. Mark, I just wanted to tell you how sorry I am. There's no excuse I can make, nothing I can say that will take back how awful I've been, but I wanted you to know how truly sorry I am. I was so absorbed in my work until your mother died, I didn't even think about being part of the family. When she was gone, it just hurt too much to be here. So I lost myself even further in my work, trying to make sense of everything that had happened and what had yet to happen. I wanted to tell your mother how sorry I was as well. There are things I've never been able to tell you. My work most of my life has been kept secret from those I love most. You see, Mark, I work for something called the Collective. We monitor events out of the ordinary and try to keep them from happening again. What this mostly includes is keeping an eye on parallel universes, making sure the walls between our world and theirs stay intact. I thought I was pouring myself into my work to protect you from all these things, Mark. There are creatures beyond our imagination that have come to our world from others, things only some of us can see without help. This is my research. Sure, it isn't quite everything, but it's what I could manage to get out of the lab. For the past 30 years, I've been monitoring other worlds for apocalyptic events, hoping to study what happened there in order to help prevent such an event here. Each of these tapes contains an emergency broadcast or some other bulletin from a now extinct universe, as well as a detailed report on what happened. There's a lot of technical speak for how we got these, but I'll leave that for another time or letter. With all that said, please continue my work. Help ensure the survival of our world. I won't make you do this, but I ask with everything left in me. I leave this box of tapes, some horrifying, some tragic, and ask you look through them. See if you can find the patterns that I haven't. When you've decided what you want to do and research more, find the collective. Speak with the cognizants there. They will be waiting for you. I love you, son. I'm so sorry. Dad. I couldn't believe any of this. Had he been struggling with dementia before he died? Was he schizophrenic? God, I couldn't believe I was actually about to watch one of these tapes. I dug out our old VCR from storage and plugged it up to the TV, grabbing the first tape off the stack. Inside the sleeve of the tape was an envelope containing a few slips of paper. I put the video in, sat down on the floor, and started looking over the report. 12/17/1975. Spider Baby Earth 02-258. Broadcast intercepted by cognizant enhanced airwaves during late night movie hour on local broadcast television. Cognizant on duty was Ralph, who said that during interdimensional surveillance he noticed a bright flash around 10:17 p.m., after which the phenomena began. Cognizant reported that multitudes of people began materializing in the streets. Subjects appear human, but do not speak or communicate in any human manner. Cognizant reports that subjects look ranged from preteen children to senior citizens of both genders. Subjects began by approaching people on the street. When approached, they will stand in front of the native humans and study them before multi-jointed appendages jut out of the backs of the subjects, impaling the humans in question. Once they have impaled the humans, they then begin to absorb them, slowly, while the victim is still alive. Cognizant quickly linked with collective of the victim world, warning them of the situation. Emergency broadcast was sent out not long after. Cognizant continued recon, noting that once the streets were cleared, the subjects began knocking on doors and feeding on anyone that opened their door. This continued for hours after. Cognizant eventually had to be forcefully removed from recon due to mental toil of seeing unprecedented death. Second Cognizant, Agatha, then took over. Notice that as the creatures absorbed more humans, the variety of people they appeared as grew. Made sure to note one house in particular where a toddler-aged girl knocked on the door, then proceeded to grow multiple limbs much like those of an arachnid and absorb a family of 4 on its own. As subjects absorbed more and more victims, they began to grow and merge into a seemingly collective. Cognizant noted that creatures operated in a hive mind with one singular goal of feeding and merging. Cognizant continued to watch events unfold, switching out in shifts for 5 days until the subjects had been fed enough. Once this was all done, all subjects vanished, appearing at a point above Central America, emerging into one over the course of 5 hours. Once they had emerged, the subject showed its true form. Cognizant described it as still humanoid, though with armor plating like that of an arthropod, with human limbs and 6 more segmented limbs rising from the spinal area. Creature is reported to have large mandibles as well as 4 red eyes. Creature pierced the earth below it with all 6 segmented limbs, each one landing in a different area of North and South America. From here, creature nested for 4 more days, curling main body into tight ball, while the segmented limbs held it up. Humanity on this suspected Earth attempted to fight back, but nothing was able to break the plating. Midway through the 4-day rest, it was determined the creature was feeding on the energy of the Earth. Fault lines began to appear from each spot the limb had landed and move out from there. Cognizant reported the patterns of spiderwebs made by the lines. At the end of the 4 days, the Earth was in serious drought, with ocean levels dropping by nearly 400 feet. Finally, the planet shattered in on itself, leaving segments of broken Earth swirling in an atmosphere where a whole planet once stood. Cognizant's Agatha and Ralph are currently on leave and on suicide watch due to high mental strain. We'll update as more info comes available. Update 1/8/1976. Ralph found dead in dormitory this morning. Bashed his head against the dorm wall until unconscious. Brain trauma was too much for revival. Agatha had covered her dormitory walls in paintings of large arachnids. There was a black widow spider nested in the corner of her room. Upon janitor attempting to remove the spider, Agatha attacked him, claiming he would anger the arachnid god. Jesus fucking Christ. I couldn't believe what I had just seen or read. I knew the movie. It was Spider Baby, an old B horror from the 60s, but halfway through the film, this emergency alert broadcast came up, telling everyone to stay indoors and not answer any knocks on their doors. Maybe Dad wasn't crazy. Maybe he's just fucking with me from the afterlife and he edited these himself. Maybe I'm the crazy one and I worked myself into a fucking breakdown this semester. I'm going to transfer the warning part of the video over to digital and try to upload it. Maybe that will help me make sense of this. I don't know if I want to watch any more of these tapes, but I feel like I have to. There's got to be some kind of link to everything. There must be some way to stop these events. I transferred the video. Here it is. I'm going to try to get through the rest of the tapes in the next few months, but I think I'll need to take it slow. My head is spinning as it is. Take care, everyone. I'll keep you updated. Okay, Mighty. Hi and bye as well. Apparently you were not interested in visiting us here at the asylum very long, were you? That's okay. We'll have you committed in the near future. Okay, so I think we'll go ahead and check out the next section of this story. I don't know if I'm going to do all the sections, as there is quite a few. I believe at minimum 4. I'd have to look exactly to see how many, but there's quite a few. So, without further ado, I will go ahead and start with the next section. Part 2. I'm going to be honest right off the bat with everyone. I didn't want to make this update. I don't want to keep this up. I want to destroy these goddamn tapes and lobotomize myself. I want to forget any of this ever happened. I want to forget I ever had a father. I'd gone through a few more of the tapes as well as the case files contained with them. Some were uneventful, just a news broadcast or a late-night film with stock emergency broadcast system message. One warned of an impending meteor strike that went to static. One just cut off in the middle of an old cartoon. No message or anything. Turns out that was one where the universe, where a black hole suddenly formed somewhere between Mercury and Venus, collapsing the entire solar system in fractions of a second. No pain, no mess. Just something to nothing. All of this, though, it's taken a toll. Looking into all this death and destruction, all these untold horrors that lurk out there in the world, there has to be something out there to counterbalance this. For every world that ends up violently, there has to be some world where they found a cure for cancer or ended world hunger, right? God, I hope so. Otherwise, what I have here is a box full of nihilism and analog tape. I've been doing a little research into what my dad said in his letter as well. These cognizants, that's what they keep getting referred to as anyway. They apparently can see into other dimensions and see interdimensional beings in our own world. Apparently, on occasion, the walls between realities will tear and things will slip through. In most of the reports I've seen, they're referred to as apparitions. Dad had a couple files in here about a near-apocalyptic event months ago caused by some tearing into our world. I'm going to transcribe a couple more of the case files now. I tried my best to get the tapes transferred over to digital, but some of them are just so old, they didn't make it. The one I did get was attached to an old movie rerun on late-night TV again. Night of the Living Dead this time. At least other realities still have good movies, I guess. 10/18/1977. Case Night of the Living Dead Earth 24-601. Cognizant on duty today is Agatha. For the most part, recovered from her trauma earlier this year. Still protects whatever spiders she can find, but has managed to let us take the brown recluse to a safe area. She does not realize this entails Robin throwing them in the incinerator. Tuned universal surveillance over to Earth 24-601, where Agatha said tensions between the United States and Communist Russia were highly elevated. Also mentions that Vietnam War was still ongoing as well, with much higher casualties to American troops, as well as a deployment of new uranium-based biological weapon codenamed Agent Green. The American military, desiring to bring a swift and decisive end to the Vietnam conflict, as well as intimidate potential enemies, decided to drop a hydrogen bomb on Ho Chi Minh City. The devastation of the blast is immeasurable, leveling the entire city, as well as the surrounding countryside. An unintended effect soon follows, however, that will bring about the end. The nuclear capability of a hydrogen bomb reacts with compounds in Agent Green that have been sprayed throughout the Vietnamese jungle. This causes any deceased that were not immediately evaporated by the blast to begin to mutate, rising from the dead into a reanimated state. Mutations typically consisted of grotesque boils growing on exposed patches of skin, extra teeth growing on arms, legs, and in a few observed cases, stomachs of the deceased. Subjects typically wandered aimlessly once reanimated, roaming the countryside and ruins of the city until coming in contact with anyone still living. Upon seeing a living being they would grow into a frenzy with a singular goal of attacking and capturing the live victim, upon which they would pull them in close, lacerating the skin with the exposed teeth, then popping the boils and allowing the pus to seep into the victim. This in turn infected the living victim, who would first die a slow, painful death, much like that observed in victims of radiation poisoning after the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. They would begin the mutations while still living, often screaming in pain while doing so. Typical time to expire was 1 week after initial infection. Infection spread slowly through Vietnam, mostly among remnants of guerrilla fighters at first, then eventually through U.S. troops that are still stationed along the beaches and in the jungles. Military leadership initially did not take reports of infection seriously, leading to higher rates of infection in the early days of the outbreak. Infection spread to neighboring countries after approximately 2 weeks, with infected individuals seemingly acting as hive mind after gathering enough numbers. They would swarm cities in what appeared to be a coordinated waves, attacking and infecting large groups of people, then retreating before mounting another attack hours later. This ensured that the living were slowly picked off, with the infection spreading exponentially as more and more joined the subject's ranks. Overseas transmission was accomplished by infected walking into the ocean. They did not appear to require respiration of any kind, thus they were able to walk across the ocean floor, although at a slow rate, eventually move into other countries across bodies of water. Once on land, they would then seek out the nearest living being and begin the cycle. Humanity attempted multiple methods of killing the subjects, though none were shown to work. While gunshots to the head appeared to stop them temporarily, subjects' bodies seemed to allow mutations which moved smaller, more rudimentary brains to other parts of the body, thus allowing basic survival and motor functions even with separation of the head. Only method found for complete and total destruction of the subject was burning to ash. The subject arrived in mainland America within 3 weeks of first infection in Vietnam. Any word of the disease had been suppressed initially, with American troops and citizens being told the infected were victims of a communist biological weapon. This facade was kept up in order for America to appear blameless in their use of biological and nuclear warfare, whereas, meanwhile, most countries across mainland Europe and Asia were also dealing with their own outbreaks of infection. Subjects spread across most of the earth in a matter of weeks, attacking and infecting anyone unfortunate enough to cross paths with the carriers of the pathogen. Infected numbers grow exponentially in the first few days, soon outnumbering humans 10 to 1. Infected then began coordinated attacks on any surviving communities, systematically rooting out and turning any humans found. In a desperate final bid at eradicating the disease, the American military conducted bombing raids. Nuclear arms were dropped on hordes of infected as they traveled in packs. These attacks decimated a large amount of infected population, but had the unintended effects on those not destroyed by the initial blasts. Radiation only strengthened the creatures, turning them into walking nuclear reactors. This in turn scorched any ground they came across, leaving fallout and infection in their wake. This also ensured that any human within the range of subjects became infected simply through proximity. Agatha notes 2 months after infection, approximately 10,000 healthy humans are left on Earth. Most have been forced to adapt to a nomadic lifestyle, constantly staying on the move to avoid roving groups of the infected. Cognizant will continue to monitor and update on situation. Update 3/20/1978. Agatha reports 300 survivors remain, most having lost any hope to continue. Radiation has spread into most of the world's water supply, and storm systems spread nuclear fallout across the Earth. Agatha reports that the remaining humans are divided across the planet, with most believing they are the last remaining alive. Infected are still hunting, using their hive mind to develop a network across the world to find survivors. Update 4/7/1978. Agatha reports the final human has been killed, opting to die by gunshot to the head instead of from the encroaching infected. We'll continue to monitor Dimension for any signs of anomaly and potential aberrations, as well as research for any potential countermeasures in the event of aberration. I can't believe any of this. This is so insane. How could Dad see all of this, deal with all of this, and not go insane? No wonder he rarely came home. Facing these horrors had to change him. Until now, I've just been taking the tapes off the top of the stack of the box and going on one by one. I've gone through 3 layers of what I estimate to be about 10 layers. This is the point when I found something new. There was a large envelope, almost filled to bursting with papers. I opened it and slid the pile onto the floor. On top was another letter from Dad. Mark, I know what you've seen so far has been a lot to take in. These tapes, the case files, everything that's in this box. I know I hadn't slept for weeks after being taken into the collective. I never knew there could be such terrors. Now I'm honestly just happy to die, not have to worry about any of this. If there's a heaven or hell, it can't be as bad as the things I've seen. What's enclosed in these envelope is twofold. There is a brief history of the collective. This entails the founding, how long we've known about parallel worlds, cognizance, and a brief history of who's who in the organization. You'll probably be surprised by the amount of famous historical figure who were more special than they let on. The second part is an archive of high-casualty aberrations that have crossed into our world. Many events throughout history were given a natural explanation because the real reasons were just far too much for ordinary humans to handle. There are things you'll learn that'll scare you, and honestly they should. Our world is not safe. No world is. Here is where I leave you. Again, I'm so sorry. Even now, as I write this letter, I'm tempted to take it all and burn it. Part of me wants you to continue living in ignorance, not knowing the horrors that lurk in the world. The water in me wants to protect you. The scientist in me, though, knows that this research needs to continue. Someone has to do it, and I trust it more to someone that I know smart enough to see the connections that I could not. I love you, Dad. There was a case file along with an old newspaper clipping kept in a plastic sleeve. The paper was yellowed and the print on it faded to nearly nothing. I could see the edges disintegrating in the plastic. The headline read, "Great Fire Devastates Chicago." There was a case file attached, the Great Chicago Fire. Cognizant Martin Ford and his partners were in the city of Chicago on their annual rounds when an aberration appeared in the city. Ford describes the being as being humanoid, made of pure flame, burning white hot. Ford said he attempted to make contact with the creature, asking it of its intentions on our world and where it came from. The creature reportedly appeared uncaring for Ford's presence, instead looking around before finally touching the nearest building, setting it ablaze. Ford attempted to chase the aberration, trying to force it back through the dimensional tear it came from. The creature did not acknowledge, instead continuing to move along the city street, setting buildings afire as it went. Ford, thinking resourcefully, began to find whatever water he could around their immediate vicinity, dousing the aberration and beginning to force it towards Lake Michigan. Although they were moving the creature quickly toward the water, the fire continued to spread wherever they went. Teams of local firefighters scrambled immediately to fight the blaze. Finally, after a long struggle, the creature was cornered at the end of the port in Lake Michigan. In a heroic sacrifice, Ford's partner, Ezra Jennings, threw himself at the creature, using Ford as a sight guide. Upon grabbing the apparition, he threw it both him and himself into the lake, immediately killing the creature. Ford dove in after him, noting the near boiling temperature of the water as he dragged Jennings' body back to shore. Jennings' burns were beyond repair, and he expired 7 hours after the apparition was destroyed. Let it be known that Ezra Jennings is receiving the highest commendations the collective can give, as well as a hefty retirement sum being paid to his widow and family for future generations. He will also be memorialized in Collective HQ and archives as one of our most honored members. I want to throw up. It was one thing seeing these things that destroyed other worlds and realities. The fact they could just stumble into our reality, though, it terrifies me. This is why Dad gave me these files. These are things to watch out for. Things that nobody else can see. Hell, I can't even see them. I'm combing through whatever files I can. I may transcribe some if I think it's important. Some may deserve to stay as they are. Others, these things shouldn't be known. I'm torn if I should keep sharing these things. I don't want other people to know about these horrors. I've barely slept in days, just thinking at any moment some cosmic terror could break through and destroy us, rending our minds into fragments. There would be nothing we could do. I need to think on this. There's a lot left to go through, but I may just stop here. I may do what Dad couldn't and burn it. Maybe check myself in somewhere or have a drink or 20 until I can forget. I keep hoping I'll wake up and find out Dad was just really your normal everyday absentee father. Maybe Mom will still be alive. And I've dreamed the past decade of trauma. If I'm lucky, I'm actually dying, and this is all just the last illusions as my brain fires off every synapse until I die. Here we are, though. I'm alive. You're alive. Who knows how long we'll stay that way? So that was the end of part 2. I think I'll finish the other parts on another day, seeing as it's quite long, very detailed and interesting. There's a very fascinating feel to it. Maybe we need to recruit this writer. I think what we'll do is we'll move on. Maybe we'll come back and finish the other sections, if there are any. I haven't found the other ones yet. I'll keep an eye out. From what I've seen so far, I'm not finding any other sections of it, but I'm pretty certain there is more. So, we'll come back to it if I find more sections. Let's see. Let's look around. What else do we got going on? I think we found another story. This might be pretty good. Same author, Googly Eyes 93. This story is titled Room 1001. 101. 1001. Yeah, that. Where we end, we begin. The waves crashed down around me as I came up for air, sputtering and coughing salt water from my lungs. My throat burned. I couldn't feel Malcolm's hand holding mine anymore. My stomach dropped and my chest tightened even more. "Mal! Mal!" I screamed over the sound of the waves. Where the hell was he? We hadn't been waiting out that far when the wave came. We shouldn't have been out far enough for Riptide to catch us. He should still be right beside me. Another wave came, almost knocking me backward. Water was up to my neck now. Mal would be way over his head. "Help! Help me, please! I can't find my son! Mal!" I was panicking now. Breaths coming short and fast. Shallow. Jesus, why didn't we stick to the shallows? I started to scream out his name again when another wave hit, forcing water into my open mouth and through my airway. I choked, falling under. I tried to keep my eyes open, tried to see where he could be in all this, but it stung. Everything stung so bad. My throat, my eyes, my chest. I practically flew out of my seat as the passenger next to me shook me awake. Gasping for air, I flung myself forward, reaching for anything to feel stable. Instead, I smacked my face straight into the seat in front of me, blooding my nose in the process. "Whoa! Whoa!" The man next to me was saying, holding my shoulder with a firm but caring hand. "Easy there. We're getting ready to land. Seems you are having one hell of a nightmare." I had my hand up over my nose, trying to stem the flow of blood that was flowing freely. I looked over at Ed. This older man, probably in his late 70s, with gentle eyes and a kind smile. He gave me a reassuring nod and handed me the napkin from his drink. "Sorry. Bad night near," I muttered, thanking him for the napkin as well. "No worries, son." He sat back in his seat, still maintaining eye contact. "Hell, been 50 years. I still wake up screaming from the smell of napalm. Don't think you gotta apologize for anything." I tilted my head back. The bleeding began to slow, thankfully. Good thing this is my last flight, otherwise I would have to go through TSA looking like a serial killer fleeing the state. Looking out the window, I could see the city growing closer underneath, with waves of the ocean glistening at the edge. Back to where it all began, 1 year later. The old man didn't say much more to me for the rest of the landing, but did wish me a good day and peace from there on with whatever I was dealing with. I thanked him and rushed from the airport as quickly as possible, grabbing a taxi outside and heading towards the coast, set on finding a hotel for the night. I had to walk 4 different hotels to be told they were full for the night before one finally took me in. It seemed to appear out of nowhere, hidden at the edge of the beachfront, at least a mile down from where all the others were. The style was out of place. A large stone building with Gothic arches and balconies jutting out every 50 feet or so. At least 20 stories tall. It didn't seem right for a hotel right on the Florida coast. It made even less sense as I walked in. The inside looked to be Art Deco. Nothing like the House of Usher I thought I was stepping into. Gold-lined patterns adorned the walls, and even some of the people I saw walking through looked as if they had just left Gatsby's house on the beach. Was there some kind of convention in town I hadn't seen? It doesn't matter. They won't affect me while I'm here. I'll have a minimal impact on them. I walked up to the desk, noticing that the sign said back in 8 minutes, and decided just to wait. I couldn't have been there more than 5 when I felt tapping on my shoulder. I jumped and turned to see a kid. Malcolm? I could hardly even whisper as I saw the shaggy brown hair and bright green eyes. And that crooked smile that always seemed to be planning something. And then, in an instant, it was gone. The person standing there was probably in their late teens, but they had sandy blonde hair cut clean underneath one of those flat red hats the bellboys wear. His suit looked as if it would swallow him at any moment, and he had his mouth shut tight, as if holding back a terrible secret. He motioned for me to follow him and reached his hand out, offering to take my bag. He still didn't speak. I asked him if there was a room available for the night. He simply nodded and motioned again. We walked through the lobby, past large marble pillars and wrought iron railings that seemed to fit even less with what I'd seen earlier. An old elevator let out a small ding in front of us as the gate opened for us to enter. The creak it made as we got in wasn't promising. He pulled the lever, and the elevator ground to live cogs, squealing in protest as it started slowly going upward, picking up speed after a couple of floors. "What is this place?" I queried. He simply pointed to a small plaque on the elevator wall. "The Hotel Non-Dormant. Welcome." Not too talkative, huh? He was kind of freaking me out with his stony demeanor. Did I do something wrong? He turned and opened his mouth, but where I thought he would speak, he simply pointed. He had no tongue. I shivered a bit, but shook it off. Sorry. Didn't mean to offend. We finally stopped on the 10th floor after what seemed like forever. He took me a few feet down the hall, pulling a key from his pocket and unlocking the door. Room 1001. Thank you. Sorry again, I said, handing him a $5 bill as I walked past. He looked at the money with a puzzled expression, then crumpled it up and popped it in his mouth, chewing for a moment before nodding his head thoughtfully. Then he closed the door, leaving me all alone. The room was musty, as if it had been pulled up from the ocean, then sealed away before it could dry. The wallpaper was a red and orange pattern of squares and hexagonal shapes, almost like some weird topsy-turvy overlook hotel. There was old wood paneling that looked like it had been a good meal for some termites, and a heavy oak door that led to the bathroom at the back of the room. Good as place as any, I guess. I walked to the small fridge in the corner, opening it to see what sort of poison I could pump into my body. Time to enact my grand plan. I was going to sit in this room, drink myself into oblivion, and walk myself into the ocean to be with Malcolm again. Sure, maybe it wasn't foolproof, but it was the best I had at the moment. There were a few small bottles, the mini kind that they give out on airplanes and such. Some whiskey, some vodka, One I'm pretty sure was absinthe. Wasn't much, but enough to get started. I could always order a bottle or two from room service later. I grabbed the nearest bottle to the front, a whiskey that looked like it had been there since the 50s. See you soon, Mal. I toasted to the ghosts in the room before downing the bottle. It burned like hell. I didn't care, though. I grabbed the rest of the bottles and flopped down onto the bed, looking up at the ceiling. There was a spot above the bed where some water was coming through. Just a slight drip. Not like I'd have to deal with it for long. As I drank, my mind wandered, tracing everything back to the beginning. Meeting Sarah, finding out she was pregnant, Mal coming into the world, the happiest day of my life. Then Mal turning 2 and Sarah left. No explanation, just there 1 second, then a ghost the next. Her mother told me she didn't want to see us again. That was 8 years ago now. It had been just the two of us ever since, trying to make our way in the world. Until a year ago. We searched and searched for days after he disappeared. The Coast Guard did flyovers. A ton of volunteers with boats came out, but nothing was found. No sign of my boy. They called off the search after 2 weeks. I buried an empty casket a week after that. 4 bottles down. I still have around 6 left. My cheeks were starting to feel numb and my head was at cruising altitude. I closed my eyes, feeling the gentle waves of warmth crashing over my body. I opened them a moment later and let out a scream. Sarah was floating on the ceiling above me. It wasn't how I remembered her, though. She looked bloated and gray. Her hair hanging down in clumps over her face. She opened her eyes and stared into mine, but they were completely black. When she screamed back at me, the thick black tar began oozing from her mouth. "Where is my son?" she asked, her voice hoarse and coming out in coughs. I shut my eyes tight, telling myself this wasn't real. She wasn't there. I was just drunk and imagining things. I felt something cold and wet hit my face and opened my eyes again. She was gone, and another drop of water fell from the spot in the ceiling. "So, where is he?" I heard her voice from the corner of the room. Sitting bolt upright in bed, I could see her standing there, arms crossed across over her chest, inspecting the layout of the room. She looked normal now, just like I had last seen her. "You lost my child. I want an answer. You're not real." That was it. All my drunken mind could manage. "You left. You didn't even tell your son goodbye. Why would you show up now?" "I left because I knew you would fuck up. I knew something like this would happen. I didn't want to be there for it." She was getting louder, slowly starting to yell. "And you know what, Theo? I was right. You killed Malcolm. You killed my son." No. I could feel hot tears running down my face. I closed my eyes and put both hands over my ears. She wasn't real. She wasn't real. I could still hear her screaming at me. I still hear the curses being thrown my way, asking why I killed her son, why I didn't die instead. "Shut up! Shut up! You left this, you bitch! I threw a bottle at the corner. Hearing it smash against the wall, she was gone. No trace of her anywhere. I'm losing my fucking mind. I need to hurry up and end this. I opened my bag. There was a bottle of pills I had just in case I wanted to take the quicker way or there wasn't enough booze in here. I opened the bottle and poured a few in my hand, then grabbed a bottle of booze to wash them down. I sat back looking at the ceiling, taking one last deep breath, setting my mind on what I was about to do. The spot on the ceiling began dripping faster. More and more water coming down until it was a steady trickle. I started to get up and move out of the way when a small hole opened up in the middle, widening until a torrential flood was pouring in. I scrambled off to the bed and ran to the door, trying to get out. Water was coming in fast, already filling the room up to my ankles. The door wouldn't budge, no matter how hard I pulled on it. I even tried pushing. No dice. Maybe there was a window somewhere. Something I could jump out through. I ran to the heavy oak door of the bathroom and pulled it open, only to be knocked backward by the flood that came forth. The water was briny, like pouring straight through from the ocean. I tried to cough, but ended up inhaling more. My eyes stung as I looked through, trying to see where I was going. Above me, I could see sunlight, a clear blue sky. Below me was the hole in the ceiling. I must be dreaming. Had I taken the pills? Was this the last gasp of my life? Something collided with me. I felt a sharp jab into my chest. I looked and saw it was a person. No, it was Malcolm. He was dressed just as he had been that day. Same bright blue swimsuit adorned with sharks. A pair of swim goggles on his head that he had insisted on taking, even though I had told him they wouldn't do much good in Florida water. I noticed the lens of the goggles were cracked with a rock jutting out of it. He must have hit it on the ground when he was swept under. He looked at me, eyes wide in surprise and terror. I don't know what came over me. Maybe it was the rush at seeing my son again. Maybe an urge to change things. I grabbed him and swam toward the hole below us. I could feel my lungs burning full of salt water, and God knows what else from the ocean. Had to make it. Had to get Mal to safety. The hole looked like a portal now. The room seemed completely dry on the other side. Everything was back in place. I gave one last desperate kick and threw Malcolm in ahead of me. We both tumbled out of the water and onto the bed, causing the slats underneath to crack at the force. We were both coughing, but seemed otherwise fine. "Dad?" he asked through sputters. He still looked terrified, hair matted to his head, goggles sitting askew. I grabbed him and brought him close, feeling his warmth. It was him. He was there. I'm so sorry, I sobbed, kissing him on the head. I'm so sorry. I'll never let you go again. We sat on the bed for hours, it seemed, just crying. I had spent a year without him, but he was only gone for seconds. We left the hotel not long after. going back home with newfound joy. That was the end. And take a short break so I can get a drink. Besides, I need to check in on my patients. See, we have to make sure they're following all of the rules. So just take one moment. We'll be back shortly, and continuing some stories, making sure that these residents know what is the rules and what they are allowed to do. Clearly, some of them believe they can just tell everyone where we are, and obviously, I can't allow that. So I need to set the example. I'll be back in just a moment. Okay, who's ready for an experiment? Oh, well, now that's not nice. That's better. Now, next time, I suggest you follow the rules. Alright, I believe I've made an impression upon our residents. We shall see, though. Alrighty, let's go ahead and select another story. Something interesting. It looks like Viktor was deciding he wanted to take a break from the experiment. Well, you know what? I'll go ahead and let him that this time. You know, his skill is quite adept, so I do need to make sure he continues with that skill. If I lean a little too hard, it might not provide what I need. Okay, dokie. Let's find the next thing to do. I always enjoy opening a drink in front of everybody. Definitely gets to set who is the boss. Alright, so this story is from a writer named NazgulTalion. The title of the story is "A Demon Has Possessed My Boss." Let's get ready for this wonderful story. I am so looking forward to it. That's all that is going through my head as I go through his things. Just 2 hours ago, the cops came to my house telling me they have proof my boss is responsible for a string of disappearances these past 2 months. They said he had finally slipped up at leaving fingerprints on the most recent victim they found the day before. I couldn't believe it. I had only been working for him for 2 years, but he was the nicest man I'd ever known. Wouldn't hurt a fly, let alone kill a person. More importantly, he was on a business trip. I had booked those tickets myself. According to the cops, however, he never got on the flight. So here I am, going through his stuff. Initially, trying to figure out where he was, only to get way more than I bargained for. Tons of research on demons, specifically how to exorcise or release them. Of course, this may sound far-fetched, and I'm sure the cops felt that way. But I know my boss. Him being possessed by a demon makes way more sense than him killing people. I fear now that the demon has taken control fully. Thankfully, these notes are extensive, teaching me quite a bit over the last hour. The demon is called Belial, an evil but weak entity that roams the earth after escaping hell. It's been around for centuries, known for possessing the worst humankind has to offer and killing young women. That didn't make sense. Only the most recent victim fit that bill, and Solomon was one of mankind's best. Seems Belial is doing everything differently this time. However, what makes him truly dangerous is his experience. This is a demon that has been possessing humans for a long time, giving him the knowledge to blend in with us. He could possess someone close to you, take full control instantly, and you'd be none of the wiser. All this time, I had failed to notice anything. Thoughts pop into my head of what could have been done to me, skinning me alive, cutting me up piece by piece. I can almost feel the blade cutting my skin, but I quickly disperse such thoughts. I need to focus. I'm not sure how Solomon was able to do this while being possessed, but I had everything I needed to save him. The process of releasing the demon was simple. Just had to recite what seems to be maybe a spell in Latin. Problem was, I had to get close enough for him to hear it. For Solomon's sake, I must. There's no one else. Though, first, I need to find him. If he wasn't home, the only other place he could be was his cabin he likes to retreat to every once in a while. I rushed to my car and head straight over. The drive there was stressful, if you hadn't guessed already. I actually had feelings for my boss. Nothing actually ever happened between us when I told him about it once, and he simply said I wasn't his type. That ended any hopes of romance, but my feelings still remained. It breaks my heart to learn he'd been battling with this for so long. I only wish he had come to me. Much to my dismay, I arrived to see police cars already outside, several of them parked in a row. I get out, pulling the gun out of my purse, and head towards the broken down. I knew the demon was dangerous, but nothing could have prepared me for the sight. The walls had been painted red with blood, while the floor was decorated with bodies. Even worse was the smell of it all. Death and blood all mixed together. It was massacre. They never stood a chance. I went out the door and went to throw up for about a good minute. "You shouldn't have come here," I hear from behind me. It was Officer Jensen, somehow still alive. "You need to get out of here. That thing isn't your boss. It isn't human. I know. I have a way for stopping it," I retort. "There's no stopping that. It ripped us apart like paper. Our guns weren't even fast enough to touch it. You need to run." He was crying. Jensen was one of the toughest cops I know, and the demon turned him into a sobbing mess. I was terrified myself. It is one thing to read about the demon, but to see his handiwork with my own eyes was something else entirely. That said, I was the only one who knew how to put it down, so after taking a moment to compose myself, I ignore Jensen's objections, and head inside. Jensen, despite everything, followed me. I couldn't complain. I certainly needed all the help I could get. So I explored the ground floor first. All I see is body after body, all sliced up. Violence was not something I had experience with, but even I knew this was not something any normal man could do. It had butchered them like they were pieces of meat. Eventually, I went up the stairs, each step creaking. When I got there, I saw him. Aside from being covered in blood, he looked just like Solomon. No monstrous features at all, perfectly human. Well, if it isn't my lovely little assistant. "Hello, Angela. What brings you to my humble abode?" It greets me happily. It's his voice, his body, his face, his smile, but it's just not him. "Solomon is my boss, not you, Belial." "That's right. I know who you are, what you are, and I've come to get rid of you," I say to him, failing to hide the fear inside me. Oh, is that so? How lovely. I cannot use this body anymore now that the police know. Go on, recite that spell for me, it says confidently. I was confused, but I didn't have time to think as Jensen begins firing his gun from behind me. The demon just sits there, catching each of the bullets with his hands. Then he flicks one right back at Jensen, killing him instantly. I hear a large thump as his body drops behind me, but I didn't dare to look. Instead, simply I drop my own gun, knowing it's now useless. That was rude, don't you think? Well now, go on then. I really don't have all day. I still didn't understand. But if it meant it's not fighting back, then I didn't mind. I immediately began reciting the spell, making sure to say every word correctly. It finally starts to react. It's surprised. This isn't the spell it's expecting. Getting up, it shouts, "Hey, wait a minute! This isn't the releasing spell!" I don't stop to listen. Continuing to recite what I had memorized. "You foolish girl! Stop! This is a seal!" He cuts off. It's working. He cries out in agony. "You don't know what you're doing! He's no better than..." Cut off again. The spell is finished. The shouting stops. I slowly approached him, hoping it's my boss. "Sir, is that you?" I ask hopefully. He gets up and smiles. "Yes, my dear. Thank you. And instantly, I know it's him. I didn't think I'd ever get control back. I'd hug you, but, well, I'm covered in blood. He seemed quite calm for someone who just had his body possessed by a demon and murdered a bunch of people. Well, looks like you followed my instructions. Good job. This has been quite a hellish week. That poor girl and those cops, all dead because of that thing. And in explaining this is going to be a nightmare. I'll have to go into hiding for now, I suppose, till I figure something out. Something wasn't right. This whole thing was off. He was possessed by a demon, and all he cared about it was explaining it to the cops. He was too calm. As he heads past me towards the stairs, I started looking through the notes. Maybe this was a side effect, or maybe I had failed. That's when it hits me. Belial is experienced enough to have total control over those he possesses. So, how was Solomon able to write these notes? Unless I turned towards him. Hellish week? You mean month, right? That's how long the killings have been going on for. He stops in his tracks, slowly turning towards me. Yes. Well, actually, those previous victims weren't Belial's. What? What do you mean? I ask. But deep down, I think I already knew. I had read about Belial, knew the kind of people he possessed, kind of people he killed. I think you know. To the cops and, well, most people, murder is all the same. They probably don't realize the difference between the most recent victim and the previous ones. Every kill is unique and beautiful in its own way. I summoned Belial in hopes I would meet a kindred spirit who would appreciate what I did. But instead he just took over my body, and worse, he had no finesse. No technique, no love for the kill. Just looked for some weak prey to butcher like an animal. His voice was rising. I had never seen him get angry before. You see, Angela, murder is an art, and I am an artist. All I wanted was for someone who would appreciate my art, and Belial just isn't the one. He was an amateur. I am professional. I started to back away from him, more scared now than I had ever been around the demon. He smiled at me now, seemingly composed himself. Sorry. I'm not usually like this. It's just been a while, you know. No need to worry, though. As I told you once, you aren't my type. Interesting. Momentarily here. Looking over some things. Yes, I did get your note. Not sure which one you were meaning. Let me look. Maybe you could direct me, Casey. If you have a new story, of course, I would like to see. I need to make sure to add it to the list. That way, I can ensure that all those who listen and enjoy these things would find what they're looking for. So, go ahead and let me know where it's at. And I'll go ahead and make sure I add it. So. Oh. Well, Victor, that might be. Well, it may depend. It all depends on what quality you provide, as just the same as Casey. You see, the two of you are, at this moment, my best writers, and I have no interest in letting you go at this time. I mean, how often am I going to find what I'm looking for? Let's see. Let's locate another story. I think what we'll go ahead and read I think we'll go ahead and read one of Victor's stories. I mean, he does seem very intent on making me happy at this time. So maybe he has provided a more effective solution. If he has provided a good enough story, maybe I may decide how or if I'm going to let him go. So until then, I think I will read this one, and we'll come to a decision afterward. Oh. Yes, I see this story. Okay, I'll definitely go ahead and add this to the list to read tonight. It seems I misplaced it originally, and that's why I didn't notice it before. Thank you for reminding me, Casey. I think we'll go ahead and make sure you receive some sort of reward. Okay, well, I will wait then for you, Victor, if you decide. If you are insistent you want to wait, I will wait. But be sure that these are going to be good, because I really don't want to have to go out of my way to provide a experience you won't enjoy. Alright, so maybe we'll go ahead and read one from Casey. I mean, she's so insistent, claiming this is going to make me happy, so let's see if it makes all my listeners happy. Then, once Victor is ready for me to read this, we'll go ahead on that. But if it doesn't provide what I'm asking, we'll have to give him some motivation. This one from Casey is titled My Sunshine. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine, I whispered as I kissed your hair. You always looked so peaceful, especially on still nights like this. It reminds me of when we first met. I was walking through the park on a fresh spring day. Birds sang softly and fresh blossoms seemed to turn, hoping just to catch a glimpse of your radiance. The sun reflected off your golden hair, and your eyes were pools of blue wonder. I don't think you noticed me right away, but I remember staring at you, completely awestruck. It was like my world became a whole the moment I saw you on that broken path. Our first date was even better. We went to that cute little cafe up the road. You ordered a vanilla coffee and a croissant, and even with pastry crumbles on your chin, you were still the most radiant girl I've ever met. You really were my sunshine, the light I had been waiting for. Things were so amazing. the little places we'd meet, the memories we shared. I would have given the world just to see the twinkle in your eye when you smiled, and I did. I quit my job, left school just to be closer to you, to have more moments with you. Every chance I got, I tried to spend time with you. Even though you worked long hours at the second-hand shop, I tried to stop by every day. The more time we spent together, it was like the more you glowed. I remember asking why you loved the thrift shop, and why you worked there even though the pay wasn't great. You said you loved the idea of everything having a second chance. That the idea of even a chipped cup could find a loving home was reassuring to you. You always had the most beautiful and pure outlook on life. I remember how excited you were when I started having flowers delivered to your work. You went on and on about your secret admirer and how shocked you were that they knew your favorite flowers. It was so cute. You acting coy and pretending you didn't know it was me. I guess that's why it was so earth-shattering when we went to the movies on our anniversary. I was a few people behind you in line like usual when he walked up. He was tall, dark, and brooding. Just a disgusting contrast to my sunshine. My sunshine! I thought for sure you'd tell him off, push him away, but oh no. Right there, in front of me, my sunshine grabbed his hand and kissed him. You kissed him! Right in front of me, on our anniversary! I thought of confronting you, but nothing I could do would stop the bleak sobs escaping my lips. As I was leaving, I saw you through my tears. You looked confused. You looked at me confused. But then a look of shock, recognition fell upon your face. It was that night, sobbing alone in my bleak apartment, I decided you needed a second chance. You were my sunshine and my chipped cup. I could never give up on you. So, the next morning, with eyes red and puffy, I made my way to your thrift shop. I browsed like I normally did. But this time, I found a true treasure. It was a faded leather antique trunk. This trunk, I decided, would be our memory box, so we could always hold on to our precious memories and keep them safe. You were beautiful as always. It's like you taken the time to impress me. I loved the way your heels matched your skirt. As I was checking out, you decided to ask me about what happened at the theater the night before. I knew you'd tell me in your own time, so all I said was that I had gotten upsetting news. You told me you'd hoped everything would be okay. Right then I knew it would be, because I still had my sunshine. Even if that man had been someone you once upon a time, I knew I was the only one in your heart. You were so shocked when I came to pick you up from work. You couldn't hide your screams of excitement. You were so excited, you were shaking. I had to help you into the car. I never expected you'd be so excited that you'd start crying. You kept asking where we were going. I kept telling you it was a surprise. You must have been so excited because you started crying even harder. When we got to the park, I led you to a picnic. I had carefully laid out your favorite flowers, croissants, from the cafe where we had our first date. I even had an album filled with all the pictures I managed to sneak of you. When you turned around, there I was, down on one knee with a ring. You screamed, started sobbing again. You called me a freak. Said I was crazy. You tried to say we'd never been on a date, that you didn't even know my name. You turned to run down the path where we had first met, and I knew that it was a test. You must have wanted to see how much I loved you, how far I would go for you. So I gave chase. Your heel broke as you went running down the path, and you tumbled. Do you know how hard it was getting the blood out of your golden hair? How hard it was getting you in my car? I would never let anything happen to you again. So once I got you home and got you cleaned up, I put some pillows and blankets in the trunk you sold me. I'd keep you safe. The trunk didn't lock, but it didn't matter. You never made another noise after hitting your head on that rock. To be honest, you didn't move much either, but that didn't matter. You did start to smell after a few days, and your skin started to change. Luckily, I'd read online that wax does wonders for the skin, so each night, after I would take you out of your trunk for our romantic candlelit dinners, I'd gently run the wax into your skin. It's a great thing I did, because it turns out wax is a great filler for decaying skin. I have to say, I love nothing more than laying with you on nights like this, stroking your soft hair, looking deeply into what's left of your eyes. No matter what happens, you'll always be my sunshine. It doesn't matter that I don't know your name. Well, I think that was well done. Well, I think we'll have to give her that short break. At least for the time being. I'll go ahead and make sure she can have some additional visitation for the time being. It was well written. I mean, how could I resist? I mean, what a wonderful story. How lovely. Oh. I'll be right back. And then we'll get started on the next story. Right. Let's go ahead and look at the next story. I think what we'll go ahead and read tonight, this section at least, will be that one that, unfortunately, due to some errors, wasn't able to finish. So I think this time we'll go ahead and read it. That way you all will have the opportunity to hear this story. It's wonderful. It's very well written. So I think we'll go ahead and give this one a start. This one is titled Catatumbo by HeadOfSpectre. Now, before I go any further, I do want you all to know that every one of the authors tonight is listed in the description, I believe. Oh no, looks like I need to adjust it, because it appears that I am missing Casey listing. Well, that is just unacceptable. I'm so sorry, Casey. We'll have to make changes to that. Hope you don't think any less of me. I'm sure you'll enjoy further treatments here. We'll make up for it. Alright. Again, titled Catatumbo by HeadOfSpectre. There is a certain majesty to the sky above us, don't you think? It's something omnipresent yet beautiful that we never seem to notice. Beyond that, the sky is dangerous. Violent storms can come out of nowhere. Strange weather phenomena can decimate towns and cities, and sudden strikes of lightning can kill in an instant. These phenomena fascinate me. The area they occupy in our minds, a place between awe and terror, fascinates me, and it always has. Maybe you'd call me a fool. Maybe you'd say I need to show a greater fear of the world around me, but I do not believe that fear only exists in the individual. If you choose not to fear something, it can have no power over you, and I choose not to fear the storms. I want to understand them and to marvel at their beauty. I chased them because I admired them. Even after the things I've seen, I still do admire them. I won't chase them. Not anymore. I know what's out there, and I've heard enough cautionary tales to know what fate awaits those who question the things that are not meant to be questioned. I went to Venezuela in pursuit of the Catatumbo lightning. If you're not familiar with it, it is a fascinating and beautiful phenomenon. There is a place where the Catatumbo River meets Lake Maracaibo in north of Venezuela, close to the Colombian border. For over 150 nights a year, the storm rages and lightning strikes so rapidly that ships are able to use it to navigate long ago. Something truly awe-inspiring to behold as well. I needed to see it with my own eyes. I needed to photograph it, to preserve its beauty, as lightning is a beautiful thing. It appears and dies in a span of a second, and yet so complex that scientists still have only scratched the surface when it comes to understanding it. Long ago, ancient people attributed lightning to the wrath of God, and I can see why. It's dangerous, yet majestic. How could I not be in love with something that has inspired such awe in humanity since the dawn of time? I stayed in Congo Meridaro. It's a small village on the water. There are no roads there, so the only way to get there is by boat. There's something humbling about staying there. People who lived there were kind, but not well off. I come from a comparatively cushy life in Toronto, and I'd never been somewhere like that before. It was a bit jarring to see how other people lived in considerable poverty. I remember that some of the children gawked at my high-tech cameras and equipment when they saw me setting them up for the first night. Most other residents didn't pay me much mind. I wasn't the first to stay there to photograph the lightning, and I wouldn't be the last. They went about their business, unconcerned by me. I'd traveled light, bringing only one of my better cameras, as well as a ultra high-speed video camera, as well as the tripods to mount them on. I'd rented a old small cottage on the water. It wasn't the most comfortable living space I'd ever had, but I was there for the lightning, and this cottage would give me a front row seat to it. Lake Maracaibo was certainly beautiful in the daylight, although there was little to do. Dense trees surrounded it, and beautiful palm trees swayed gently in the breeze. There was mosquitoes galore, but Those I could forgive for the sake of the storm. I could see heavy clouds circling above the lake, and as evening came, I heard the first distant booms of thunder. I set up my camera, knowing what was to come. My heart raced in anticipation. As the golden twilight sky darkened above the shimmering lake, I saw the first flashes of lightning. They grew from inside the dark clouds, flashing bright behind them. Few and far between at first, and yet soon they became so much faster. As the sunlight faded from the sky, it was replaced by the periodic flashes of that beautiful lightning that turned the sky into brilliant shades of blue and violet. The world would be plunged into darkness one moment, only to be brilliantly illuminated mere seconds later by another sudden flash of lightning that crashed, godlike, through the sky. This is what I had come for, to stand in the divine court of lightning itself and witness its majesty firsthand. I snapped whatever pictures I could. Normally, it's not easy to photograph lightning. Your timing must be absolutely perfect. But I knew with such an abundance of lightning to shoot, I'd catch something, and I did. More than just something. There was a number of flashes I was sure I had caught. Whether or not they would turn out well was to be seen in the morning. I didn't have time to go back and check through the pictures. The lightning continued through the night, dancing amongst the darkened sky until I had become too tired to remain awake. After hours in front of my little cottage shooting the raging storm and getting eaten alive by the mosquitoes, I retired to bed. Despite the poor accommodations, I slept better than I had in a very long time. Clear sunlight filtered in through the windows of my little cottage, coaxing me awake. I sat up in my bed and opened up my mosquito net. I made myself a modest breakfast in the little kitchen space I had before going through my photographs from the night before. I'd caught some truly spectacular shots of lightning arcing across the sky. I could see it spread out like jagged fingers amongst the clouds. Most of the early pictures were stunning pinks and golds above the shimmering water, with stunning blue of lightning standing starkly against the dark purple clouds. Later ones showed just lonely bolts of lightning striking down into the water and illuminating the world around them. I scrolled through my new collection of photographs, grinning like a child on Christmas morning. I'd come to Venezuela hoping to hit the jackpot, and by God, I had. Most of the photographs were beautiful. It wasn't until I reached some of the last I'd taken before I turned in the night that I noticed anything odd. The shot in question was one where 3 bolts of lightning shot down from the heavens. One in the foreground came down at an angle, yet behind it I could see something in the clouds. It looked almost like a hole in the darkness. Although I could see a faint golden light deep inside it, I didn't recall ever seeing anything like that while I'd been taking my photographs, and I quietly dismissed it as another flash of lightning that just hadn't touched the ground. I moved on to the next picture. There was no lightning in that shot, but that wasn't unexpected. I'd taken multiple shots and a few flashes hoping to catch them. What was unexpected was the fact that the golden hole in the clouds was still there, and it looked bigger. I leaned in, looking at the picture a little closer. I could have swore I could have seen something within that hole, a figure of some sort. At first I thought I saw a face, but the longer I looked, the less certain I was. I almost thought I saw an eye of some sort, but it just had to be my imagination. If there was a face in there, it wasn't a human face. So I moved on to the next picture. I was greeted by another image of a golden hole in the clouds. And it actually kind of reminded me of the depiction of God from Monty Python and the Holy Grail, only without the paper cutout of God blocking the way. No, I was sure there was something else in there, although for the life of me, I couldn't figure it out. I set the camera down and shook my head, trying to clear my mind. This was all nonsense. There was no way anything was up there. What I was seeing was nothing more than oddly shaped cloud, illuminated by flashes of lightning. It was pretty, but irrelevant. I skipped over the final few pictures of the hole in the sky to move on with my examination of the photos I'd taken. I spent the day exploring the little village. There wasn't much to do. Congo Mirador isn't exactly a tourist trap. Still, I managed to occupy my time well enough. When night fell again, I was outside with my camera set up. Just like the night before, the dark clouds drifted in over the lake. The strange figure I'd seen was forgotten as the lightning show started up again. Rapid flashes that lit up the sky well into the night. I sat there, mesmerized, and took my photographs. There was an ethereal beauty to the storm raging above me. I loved it. Witnessing the lightning firsthand made me feel alive and reminded me of the beauty that defines our world. As total darkness fell, a heavy downpour forced me to bring my things back inside my cottage. I could still shoot from there at least, and that's exactly what I did until it became too late for me to continue. Again, I packed up my things and got ready for bed. My routine was comfortable, and I knew I'd miss it once I went back to civilization in a few more days. I intended to savor these days in Venezuela while I still had them. I boiled a couple eggs for breakfast before picking up my camera, just like I had the day before. While I ate, I went through my new pictures. They were just as stunning as they had been the day before, and I happily ate as I scrolled through them. Nothing seemed off. Most of the shots I had were nothing short of beautiful works of art created by nature for me to enjoy. Then I saw that hole in the clouds again. Distant, yet golden. Scrolling through the pictures, I saw it grow, but this time I saw nothing inside, no misshapen inhuman face. I cycled back a few pictures and I could see traces of the hole in some earlier shots. Not looking between them, though, I was sure that the first picture where I saw the hole growing was taken at least a good few minutes before the ones where I saw it wide open. Lightning almost only ever lasted a few seconds, but the light from the hole in the sky was constant. It lingered in its own surreal way. I moved through the next pictures, passing the images of the hole in the sky. I wasn't sure what it was, but I was starting to doubt that it was lightning. Not lightning as I understood it anyways. I was just a photographer, not a meteorologist. There were probably things I didn't know about it, and this could easily have been one of them. I'd figured I'd hold on to these pictures and bring them to a friend of mine later, another weather nerd with a bit more of a formal education than I had. As I scrolled through the pictures, I saw another bolt of lightning, this one vibrant and perfect. It dominated the entire image. A large, bright bolt of lightning came down from the clouds and split into two on the ground, striking in two distinct places. The spot in the clouds where the lightning originated from was so bright it obscured the exact point of origin. There was a few jagged step ladders branching off from the main bolt. Two smaller ones even seemed to be touching the ground. It was an absolutely beautiful shot. The lightning almost resembled an entity of some sort, hunched over as it struck the ground. I admired the beauty of the image for a moment before I moved on to the next picture. What I saw gave me pause. It was the same bolt of lightning. Its position had shifted. There were marked differences between this picture and the last one, but the lightning still had a defined shape. It looked as if it had shifted forwards a bit. I moved to the next image and saw the same bolt. It had definitely moved forwards. Same with the next image. In fact, if I cycled through all 4 images of the same lightning bolt I had taken, I could have sworn it looked exactly like it had been walking. I moved to the next picture. Again, the figure within the lightning had moved. Maybe it was just my imagination, but they seemed to be striding across the surface of the lake. I looked at the final picture. This was the last one on the roll. I could see the same figure in the lightning. This time, there was one marked difference, though. Near the top of the figure, where the light was so bright it obscured the origin of the lightning, I saw 2 dark spots. Given their position near the head of this theoretical walking entity, they almost looked like eyes, and those eyes were looking straight at the camera. At me. I set the camera down. My pulse had quickened. A million rational explanations darted through my mind. None of them truly explained what I had seen, though. I was so sure I had seen something within the lightning. A figure of some sort. There was really only one way to know for sure. I set up the ultra-high-speed camera that evening. My mind had not left what I had seen in the lightning during the day. I consistently found myself gazing out at the lake, quiet and uncertain. As evening fell, I watched the clouds in the distance, both afraid of and excited by what I'd see. Whatever was out there, if anything was out there, it probably meant me no harm. It had almost certainly existed alongside the village for longer than I had ever been alive. On cue, the storm began. Dark clouds rolled in from the east, flashes of lightning coloring them like angry bruises in the sky. Soon, the bolts struck the ground, and I took my pictures while the high-speed camera filmed everything. I kept my eye on the clouds, looking for any sign of the glowing hole I had seen before. As the sunlight faded and absolute darkness took over, I knew it wouldn't be long until I saw it. I neglected my photography. If nothing else, I had the high-speed camera filming everything. I simply stood and watched the skies until I saw it. It was not as vibrant as it was in my pictures, and I never would have seen it if I hadn't been specifically looking for it. It was only really visible when the lightning flashed, but I could see it. A tunnel. Inside a cloud with a dull light at the end of it. I lifted my camera to take a picture, and as I did, one of the most impressive bolts of lightning struck the lake in front of me. I had only a moment to glimpse it, but I saw a familiar shape amongst the bolts. A hunched over figure, limbs made out of jagged lightning. They were gone just as suddenly as they had arrived, but another bolt brought them back into existence. At a glance, It was nothing more than brilliant but ordinary display of lightning, yet just for a moment I thought I saw two dark shapes amongst the flashes glaring down at me. I looked over at the camera. It had recorded everything, and I needed to see what it was it had recorded. I glanced out at the lake one more time before I grabbed the camera and took it off its tripod. I brought it back inside my little cottage before playing back the film. I skipped through most of what had been recorded. I didn't have time to gawk. I skipped through everything until I saw the dark hole in the sky. On film, it seemed to shimmer with a surreal golden light. Playing the video at normal speed, I could watch it slowly forming in the clouds. The glow got brighter and brighter. The hole seemed to sink deeper and deeper until the lightning came. It seemed to shoot out of the hole in the clouds and strike the lake. I ran the video slower to study it. I could see the stepped ladder making its way out of the clouds, zigzagging as it looked for a point in which to connect. In turn, I could see a ascending ladder rising out of the lake. This was normal. This is how lightning worked. The stepped ladder would meet the ascending ladder, and the charge would drain. Sure enough, that's what happened. It was what happened next that was odd. When the lightning bolt had faded, another immediately followed it. This one was different than any lightning I had ever seen, though. There was no step ladder, or ascending ladder. It was simply a flash across the sky, and I recognized the shape of it as a hunched figure. I saw the lightning that made up their body jerking frantically between frames. I saw the bolts that made up their legs moving as they strode across the lake. My heart raced in my chest. Something was there. Something absolutely was there, and I had just seen it with my own eyes. Lightning flashed and lit up my cabin. Thunder was less than a second behind it. In the video, the figure moved across the lake with long strides. I could see two dark circles in the place where eyes should have been. They were looking at me. They saw me. Outside, there was another flash of lightning. I looked away from the camera and back at the lake. Was it still out there? The sky was still for a moment. No lightning. No thunder. No rain. Then I saw it. An almighty flash of lightning. The sound was instant and deafening. It was like a gunshot, but infinitely louder. There was an instant strobe as the bolt struck in front of my cottage. Water was displaced and thrown into the air with red-hot sparks. Lightning had only flashed for a moment, but I could see it before me. The figure. It stood before my cottage, looking down at me with dark eyes. It stood taller than anything else I'd ever seen, reaching the clouds. It looked at me. It looked down at me, a mortal before a god. I had never felt a fear like that before. As soon as it had appeared, it was gone again, but its presence had not left me. I fell backwards and stumbled back into my cottage as if it could save me. The lightning struck again, hitting the cottage this time. I saw sparks flying all around the building. The sound left a ringing in my ears and seemed to split my skull. I collapsed like a frightened child and hid under the table as the lightning struck the cottage again and again and again, leaving me deafened and nearly blinded by the brilliance of the light. Then all was silent. I left Venezuela in the morning. I packed my things and took a boat out of the Congo Mirador. The lightning was dying down and seemed distant. As I looked back, I swore I saw flashes of something far away, a hunched figure in the distance watching over its domain. It is not an accident that I am still alive. Whatever is out there, if it had wanted me dead, then I would be dead. No. It had wanted to send me a message. It wanted me to understand I did not belong in its territory. Perhaps it did not like the fact I had seen it, or perhaps there was some other reason. I really can't say what its motives were, but I received its message loud and clear. I will keep most of the pictures I took, but I will delete any photographs I had of the entity in the clouds and the hole in the sky, and I will never return to the place where the Catatumbo River meets Lake Maracaibo. To anyone else who seeks to chase the lightning and see the unending storm above Catatumba, I advise that you don't. What lurks there does not wish to be seen. And that was the end of that story. Finally being able to finish it for you all. Quite well written, I would say. Done very, very well. Now, this is a very amazing story that has been read by other narrators. Now, they don't have the interaction that I do with my writers, but still, it's an amazing story nonetheless. So, for the time being, I just advise you all sit back and enjoy the story. It's very well written, so we'll see how things go. The title is I Know Why We Never Returned to the Moon by Delta 129. My grandfather was a combat pilot. Even though he always felt distant, I liked him. When I grew older, I realized he wasn't always aware, always looking for any signs of danger. Shell shock, PTSD, it has many names. My mother told me that he didn't used to be like that. That he changed when he came back from Vietnam. My grandpa's profession was likely the reason why I was obsessed with space, astronauts, planes, and pilots. We used to talk about it when we were together. He was a really liked and highly skilled, high-ranking officer in the Army, and he knew some people. Even a couple of really well-known astronauts. When I once asked him if he'd met anyone who went to the moon, he simply replied, "Don't ever talk to me about the moon, boy. It's a dark and evil place." He died back in 2004 from natural causes. About 2 months ago, we decided to renovate my grandparents' old house. While clearing out the attic, I found an old metallic box. In the box, there was a number of things which I assumed belonged to my grandfather. There was a military medal, a stack of papers, and an old picture of my grandfather and 2 other men I didn't recognize. My grandpa looked around 40, so I assumed the picture was taken in the 70s. All of them were wearing spacesuits, and the scene looked typically like a typical backdrop used by NASA, but the logo was missing. Only a blank monochrome background. The mission patch was titled Dawnbreaker. I didn't understand anything. My grandfather was an astronaut? Why did he never tell anyone about this? Dawnbreaker? I'd never heard about such a mission. It must have been covered up really well, but why? I found the answers in the papers in the bottom of the box. I'll rewrite the literal contents below, but I warn you that many people might find it very disturbing. My dear family, if you ever find this, I must confess something. In 1972, I wasn't in Vietnam. I wasn't supposed to tell anyone, but if you have found this, it probably doesn't matter anymore. Back in 1965, me and a handful of other pilots were selected for a non-public team of astronauts who would participate in covert missions in space for our government. We wouldn't get the glory and fame of regular astronauts, but our country needed us, and so there we were. In early 1972, we were told that for an unspecified period of time, our country had a secret satellite orbiting the moon. They never told us what it did or why it was there, just that a few weeks prior it had crashed to the surface on the dark side of the moon for unknown reasons, and the data it carried was crucial. The government needed to recover it, and thus was sending me and 2 other astronauts to reclaim the satellite's memory module. The equipment of the planned Apollo 18 mission was essentially transferred to us. From what we'd been told, the Apollo team was furious. They had every reason to be, after all. I mean, it seemed whoever we had been under was much more powerful than NASA. The whole mission was top secret, obviously. I was officially deployed to Vietnam, but while in reality we underwent extensive training for the mission. After couple of months, we found ourselves standing on the launch pad in front of this behemoth of a rocket that would take us to the moon. I was the mission commander, while Lieutenant Carver was the Lunar Excursion Module, LEM, pilot, and Lieutenant Ackerman was the Command Service Module, CSM, pilot. The flight to the moon took roughly 3 days. After arriving, we made a couple orbits around it. Each time we flew behind the horizon created by the moon itself, I felt a bit of helplessness when our communication to the whole world went dark, as the signal got obscured by the spherical mass of rock and dust below us. The dark side of the moon was nothing like the light side, which we see on an almost daily basis. Instead of smooth, gray fields and tranquil lunar seas, it was completely covered in dark, deep caverns and craters and holes, like it had been slowly eaten away by the universe itself. It was finally decided to begin the descent down to the surface. Me and Carver exchanged wishes of good luck with Ackerman, and in the lunar module named Sharon, we separated from the CSM named Trinity. After we announced Sharon had touched down, our response wasn't cheers and applause, just mere, "This is Trinity. Congratulations, Sharon. I'll relay the news to the other side. Be safe out there, pals." Just like that, we became cut off from the rest of the world. Ackerman was our only link. While he was above the light side, he could communicate with ground command, and while above the dark side, he could communicate with us, never both at once. Even though the CSM's orbital period was roughly 2 hours, we would be in touch for only about 35 minutes each orbit. We landed on a flat plain inside a huge crater. Contrary to what some people believe, the sun shines at the dark side of the moon the same way as the light side. The amount of light depends on the lunar phase. It was still shining daylight in the place where we landed, but we knew it would go dark in a few days. I felt excited and curious about what awaits us in this alien world. We waited for about an hour and a half to get the command's reply from Ackerman and spent the time by preparing our suits. Command sends their congratulations. You're to proceed with the recovery. Everything was dead silent as I stepped onto the surface of the moon. I tried to think of something excessively inspiring to say, but at those times were already over. With Carver, we assembled the rover, and after planting our flag next to our spacecraft, we drove off. As we drove across the surface, I saw what I thought was a flash, like a glare reflected by something metallic in the far distance. Since it was fairly common to see flashes of light because of an interesting physical phenomenon caused by space radiation interacting with our eyes, I didn't give it much thought and soon forgot about it. After driving for a couple of hours, we reached the satellite, or what was left of it. I immediately noticed that something wasn't right. There were dozens of footprints around the probe, leading to a set of 2 tracks dragging out into the distance. "What the hell is this?" asked Carver in disbelief. "I don't know, but it seems somebody got here and got what they came for before us," I replied. Both the tracks and the footprints were different than ours. Whoever took the data wasn't here under the American flag. As I expected, we didn't find the data box. We found the part where it was supposed to be, but it was missing. Luckily for us, we were just in contact with Ackerman, so we reached out to him to describe our findings. "This doesn't make any sense. Who would take it? Russians? They don't even have a lunar program. Even if somebody took it, how could we be not aware of it? How can the Russians land on the moon without us noticing?" he responded. "As far as we know, the Russians had no idea we're here, you know," Carver said over the radio. "We're going to follow the trail." I cut off the conversation. "Are you guys sure about this?" asked Ackerman. "Hell, I'm not sure about this. We're clearly missing something here, but I'll do as you say, Cap," responded Carver. "Yeah. If whatever was on that probe was so important for 2 countries to send people here to retrieve it, we have to find out what happened to it," I replied. "Copy that, Sharon. I'll relay your whereabouts to command as soon as I can. Be careful out there." Our oxygen was at about half capacity now, but we moved on with hopes of solving this mystery. It wasn't long until I saw something in the distance. As we got closer, I realized it was a spacecraft. Its design was different than ours, and it was decorated with the flag of the Soviet Union. I couldn't explain why, but I felt that something was really odd about the spacecraft. If there was Russians with us on the moon, they would have picked up our comms long ago, so there was no point in hiding. "To the other unidentified Soviet lander, this is the crew of Dawnbreaker. Please respond. We know you're here. We have you in sight." Nothing. We attempted to contact them several times, again in both Russian and English, but always received only silence in response. We got closer, and I realized why I found the spacecraft odd before. It looked like it had been there for a while. We didn't see much of the interior through the small windows, which had been covered with something from the inside. "Our air is running low. I don't like this, Miller. We should really head back now," said Carver with clear uneasiness in his voice. "I know. We have to find out what's going on here." It took some time before we figured out a way to open the airlock. No one was home. Inside was a mess. The interior was splattered with this brown, reddish fluid, presumably contents of one of the many opened food packages lying on the floor, or was it? No, I quickly pushed that thought out of my head. It was a two-seater craft. There was a small amount of leftover supplies and sample, but no signs of the satellite's black box. There was a spacesuit hanging on the wall near the airlock. 2 occupants, and 1 spacesuit with a clearly missing name tag. We both quickly realized that the other one must be still out there somewhere, along with its occupant. At this point, we were really low on oxygen, so we rushed back to our spacecraft. As we reached Sharon with the last bits of oxygen in our chutes, I realized something. "Tell me, Carver, was it just me? Or did we not pass wreckage on our way back?" I asked. "Fuck. Don't even mention it. It wasn't there, that's right." We shared our intriguing discovery with Ackerman later, and he was as surprised as was Command when he informed them in turn. That night I took watch for the first 4 hours. It really wasn't a night since the sun was still shining, but for the sake of timekeeping we referred to the time when we slept as night. When it was finally my turn to sleep, I had a dream about following the flash I had saw that previous day. I walked on and on until I found the same spacesuit from the Russian craft just laying there in the dust. The limbs were twisted and contorted in gruesome ways, but it was clear that someone or something was inside that suit. I approached and slowly began opening the sunshield that obscured the inside of the helmet. I looked in terror as I saw inside. It was my face covered with brownish red blood. In place of eyes, there was only 2 gaping holes. The next day, we started picking up on something on an unused channel on our radio. It was a faint signal coming from somewhere in the crater. We tried to patch into the speakers, but it didn't make any sense. It just was a repeating sound, resembling a person vocalizing the sound of a single letter or vowel, but stretched to about 3 seconds, followed by an equally long pause. It was very distorted, and it clearly wasn't a loop. Each sound was just slightly different than the previous one. We ate, and once again prepared for a moonwalk. It was darker than the other day. The sun was still shining, but it was steadily creeping its way under the horizon. We followed the source of the signal for about an hour when we found something lying in the dust in front of us. I tensed as I looked closer and found out what it was. It was a spacesuit. The same one as the one in the Russian lander. "Well, looks like we found our missing friend." I didn't say anything. I simply jumped off the rover and slowly, silently approached the suit. "What are you doing, Miller?" continued Carver. Just as I was about to open the sunshield with my shaking hands, the suit came alive and grabbed my hand. With the sound traveling through our suits, I could hear a weak pomagate, meaning help in Russian. We carried him to our lander. The patch on his suit revealed his identity as Tarkov. He was in shock and hypoxic. I don't know how long or why he was just lying there, but he was lucky to be alive. For the next couple of hours, he fell in and out of consciousness. He eventually woke up. Our Russian was bad, but luckily he spoke English enough for us to understand each other. He didn't remember why he was there, or what had happened to him, or his crew, or even what his mission was. When I looked out the window, I realized our flag was gone. There were no footprints. It looked as if it simply had vanished. At this point, each one of us was really concerned, and we asked to terminate the mission. The command refused, explaining that the recovery of the satellite's data was of paramount importance. We decided to continue our search tomorrow and went to sleep. I again had the same nightmare as the day before. I woke up terrified and drenched in sweat. I saw Tarkov standing by the window looking out, and then he walked over to Carver and just stood there looking at him while he slept for about a minute or two. Silently, I asked him, "Tarkov, what are you doing?" But he just mumbled something like them or when and lie down. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, and I kept an eye on him, but nothing interesting happened. The next day, we found a picture or a map of the crater we were at in the pocket of Tarkov's suit. There was a point a few miles from where we were that was marked with a cross. Tarkov didn't know it was there, but I soon realized that it was right in the direction where I saw the flash the first day. We had to check it out. Me and Carver later took off and headed towards this mysterious target while Tarkov stayed in the Sharon. In reality, our rover had enough power to carry all three of us, but I insisted that it didn't and he should stay behind. "I don't trust this guy," I said to Carver, after I was sure that Tarkov was out of range of her short-range radio. We land on the moon. We don't find the box, and suddenly the probe is gone. Then we find a supposed to be dead Russian who doesn't remember when the last time he took a shit. And now we're heading to an inconspicuous place that was marked on his map he knows nothing about. You bet I don't trust him. Hell, I don't trust a single step I take in that direction, he replied. "What are we going to do with him?" he asked later. I don't know, but we can't take him with us. Neither the LEM or the CSM is built for an extra passenger. You know that, I responded. "I'm afraid he knows too," replied Carver. The sun was setting. After driving for a while, we reached something that puzzles me to this day. Right there in front of us, the sun was something I can only describe as a three-sided pyramid. It was about 10 feet tall, and its surface was completely smooth and black as night. "What in the world is this?" asked Carver with a shiver in his voice. We walked around it and took pictures. "What the fuck?" I suddenly heard through my radio. I turned around and saw Carver frozen in place, staring at something. There, in the remaining faint light, was a spacesuit about 20 feet away from us. I recognized the missing name patch and realized it was the suit from the Russian spacecraft. It was standing upright on its feet. The sun shield was open to reveal a sight that terrifies me to this day. It was empty. The suit was empty, but it was standing upright. I came back to my senses after I heard a crackling noise come from my radio. "You don't belong Here. It spoke in a low, deep, distorted voice. And then out of nowhere, I was blinded by an intense flash of light. When I recovered, the thing was gone. Carver, you all right? I asked. He was silent at first and replied, Man, fuck NASA, fuck the Army, fuck the satellite, fuck this whole mission. I want out of here now. Without any debate, we ran to the rover and drove back to Sharon. When we came back, the sun had already fallen below the horizon, and it was almost completely pitch black. The airlock was open, and Tarkov was standing in front of the module in his suit. Damn it! In the rush, we completely forgot about him. I approached him and started, Listen, Tarkov. There's something new. I stopped when I noticed he was holding something behind his back, but it was too late. He swung and struck at me with a sharpened rod. I hit my head on the inside of my helmet and, dazed, fell to the ground. When the ringing in my ear stopped, I saw him and Carver fighting in the dust. I stood up and threw myself into Tarkov, propelling us a dozen feet away. Before I was able to stand up again, he was already on top of me. We struggled, and just as he got a grip on the lever that was used to release my helmet, I struck his head with a sharp rock. His visor cracked, and while his air was slowly escaping his suit, I picked myself up and grabbed the rod. It was already stained with blood. He lunged at me, but I stabbed him in the chest. He then fell on top of me, and when our helmets touched, he spoke as the last of his air was pulled from his lungs. He is not your friend. Follow the voice. I picked myself up and walked over to Carver. I saw his suit was punctured on the thigh, and brownish red blood was being sucked out into the airless vacuum all around us. When I brought him inside the Sharon, I realized our first aid kit was gone. He was bleeding a lot, and I managed to slow it down, but I had to treat him properly. I was afraid that if we took off, he would bleed out in zero gravity even faster. There was a med kit in that Russian thing, wasn't it? He said. Yeah, I replied. Miller, you have to go and get it. Fuck. It's not far from here, is it? Said Carver. No, it's not. Are you sure you can hold on until I get back? I asked. Yeah, just go. So I went. Don't die on me, Carver. That's an order, I said before leaving. As I said, it didn't take long until I reached the Russian lander, but it felt like ages. Throughout the whole journey, I waited for something to jump out of the darkness around me. I wasn't surprised when I saw that the suit was previously hanging on the wall was now missing, but still, I felt a shiver run down my spine. I took their medkit and headed back as soon as I could, but I couldn't stop thinking about Tarkov's last word. He is not your friend. Follow the voice, I kept repeating inside my head. I then switched to the channel on my radio to the one we heard the incomprehensible noise in. It was still on, and I realized that it was stronger in one particular direction. Follow the voice, I said to myself. Was this the voice Tarkov meant? Who is not my friend? Tarkov? Carver? The mission commander back at Earth? I had to find out. I drove off in the direction of the signal. After driving for at least 15 minutes, I reached a small crater about 30 feet in diameter. With my headlight on, I immediately saw something was inside, but I couldn't recognize it yet. I stepped over the edge and walked onto the crater and switched my light to full intensity. I stood there, paralyzed with raw terror for what felt like hours. There was a rectangular block of the same material as the pyramid in the center of the crater. A body was laying on top of it. Its limbs were contorted in the most twisted and gruesome way possible. His eyes were missing, and in their place were only 2 gaping holes. It was Carver. There was a small box stuffed inside his mouth. It was the black box from the satellite. I took the box and ran out of there as fast as I could. Carver was dead. If Carver was dead, who was the Carver I left in the Sharon? He is not your friend. It's the only thing I had on my mind on the rest of the way back. When I returned, Tarkov's body was gone, but Carver was still there, laying and bleeding, but it wasn't Carver. What was that thing? Thank God you're back, Miller, said Carver. Not Carver. Carver was dead. Mutilated, dead. Miller, yo, all right? Yeah. I've got the kit, I replied. He couldn't know what I know. It couldn't know. I treated its wound, and the bleeding finally stopped. I strapped it in, and then strapped myself in. I didn't tell him I had found the black box. I didn't tell it that I found him. With the engine roaring below us and the Sharon split in half, the crew compartment pushed us up into the void while the legs stayed planted on the lunar dust eternally. Now, I already wrote on several occasions that I had felt minutes pass as if they were hours. The ascent and rendezvous took only a bit more than a dozen of minutes, but those minutes felt like decades. I wanted to scream out so loud that my lungs would break, and I wanted to vomit, but I couldn't because it would find out. I wanted to black out, but I couldn't. I had to save Ackerman. After several lifetimes, we finally docked with Ackerman and the Trinity. Throughout the whole deal, we kept him updated, but meeting him was different. He was scared, but I was scared even more. He didn't know that Carver was not Carver. I did know. I did unstrap first and pushed Ackerman out of the docking tunnel. I did kick Carver, not Carver, right in the face when he followed. I did close the docking tunnel behind me.
What the hell are you doing, Miller? What is wrong with you?
Shouted Ackerman and slammed me to the wall of the command module.
Don't open it! It isn't Carver, Mike. The thing in the limb is not Carver. Do you understand?
I shouted back in pain. Even though he was a battle-hardened soldier, Ackerman finally broke into tears. I floated past him over to the controls, and before I undocked the Sharon, I glanced at the docking tunnel window one last time. There it was, the thing with Carver's face and body, but not Carver, staring at it. But his eyes were completely smooth and black as night itself. He opened his mouth and in a way that was not possible for a human and let out a loud, disturbing screech that I wish I could forget so much. In a heartbeat, it turned to dead silence as Sharon detached from the CSM and drifted into the void. Me and Ackerman didn't say a single word throughout the 3-day journey back to Earth. We were placed in quarantine for months after we came back home. Nobody ever explained to us what happened on that mission. I never learned what was on the black box. Honestly, I didn't want to know after all I experienced, but whatever was there was apparently enough to cancel all other missions to the moon and beyond. They eventually released us and made it very clear we're never supposed to talk about it. I never saw Ackerman from that day on. The only time I talked about him was when a pair of men in suits came to my home one day after a couple years after the mission. "Captain Miller, have you been in touch with Lieutenant Ackerman lately?" one of them asked after we exchanged our greetings. "No. I never spoke or heard from him since the mission. Did something happen?" I replied. "I'm sorry to tell you, but Lieutenant Ackerman was found dead in the nearby forest yesterday." I had to sit down. I didn't know him well, but we spent a considerable amount of time together in training, and we lived through hell itself, so it was more than enough for me to consider him a friend. Poor Mike. "How did he die?" I asked. "We don't know yet, but he had multiple fractures on all his limbs, and his eyes were gouged out." And that was the end of part 1. In a moment, we will read part 2. Hope everyone is enjoying the stories so far tonight. I certainly am. Definitely worth reading these. They're pleasant, they're interesting and fascinating, especially these from these authors. Very fascinating. So, in a moment, I will begin part 2. And we'll be right back, and we will begin. Alrighty, I think we'll again get started on part 2 of I Know Why We Never Returned to the Moon. Again, this one was written by Delta129. As I had said before, all of our authors are listed in the description. I will have to make sure we add Casey, since she went ahead and provided us with a wonderful story for us to listen to this evening. I did go ahead and give her that extra visitation, so when she has the opportunity, she will be granted that reward for such a wonderful story. However, we mustn't let her get complacent. Alrighty then, let's get started on part 2 of this story. My search for the truth had finally yielded some success. Where do I even start? I mentioned my grandfather knew some people here and there. He even introduced me to some of them, and I convinced myself to contact one such person who works at NASA. Unfortunately, he couldn't help me, but he gave me a contact of someone who possibly can. The other person didn't help me either, but they bounced me back and forth between about 10 other people until I've finally met this guy who actually knew what I was talking about. Well, I mean, I didn't meet him, only on the internet, but you get it. Obviously, I won't reveal his identity or any more information than what I'm going to write here. He wasn't very friendly when I got in touch with him. When I asked if he knew anything about Dawnbreaker, he almost hung up on me straight away.
Who told you this? You're playing with things you don't understand, young man.
Jacob Miller was my grandfather, I explained. He went silent for a few seconds.
I see. I suppose we wouldn't be able to hide this forever. I can help you. Not because you asked me, but because it's time. But I warn you, there are things you don't want to know.
He mailed me a flash drive, and in a very complicated way explained to me what to do with it. The drive was actually just a dummy. After I took it apart, it revealed a micro SD card. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing by posting it to the internet, because what you're about to read is going to give you many answers, but open even more questions. The SD card contained a transcript of what was probably an audio recording in Russian. Same as with my grandfather's message, I'll rewrite the contents below. Material number 1-EM663. Source: record number EM13 at First Dawn 1. Notes: transcript translated from Russian by redacted. Damn piece of crap. Is it working? Oh, thank God it is. Apologize my rude introduction. My name is Leonid Ivanovich Darkov. I was a cosmonaut on the Kamchatka station. Now let's cut the crap and get straight to the point. I know that we are here and you have been spying on us with your little Stapletnik for a while. While I hate giving this to you, I hope you'll use this information well, because I have no other hope. In case you've really been living under a rock, I'll explain what's going on. We've been here for 2 months now. Me, Lenko, Novak, and Commander Polikov. God bless their souls. Our station is tiny, but serves us well. It is a small dome with 4 rooms. A laboratory, a storage room, machine room, and central living area. Our purpose was to research the moon and its structure. Long before you Americans found out, we already knew about the crater anomaly. On every other celestial body, the size and depth of a crater vary depending on the strength of the impact, but their shape should stay constant. But on the moon, it is not like this. The craters here are too shallow. They never extend below a certain depth. We've placed this station on one particularly large and deep crater with hopes to learn more about this curious phenomenon. All was going well until we started digging. It was the 64th day of the expedition. We all gathered there to watch the result of our hard work. The drill was true engineering marvel designed specifically for this mission. The plan was to drill a hole as deep as we could. Ready to start rolling, comrades? Excitedly asked Lenko, our engineer. We all cheered, but after he hit the switch, the drill came to life. Silence transitioned to buzzing, buzzing transitioned to spinning, and spinning transitioned to drilling. I was very proud of being here, doing a service to the Union, but I looked forward to returning to Earth. This was the first step to our journey home. After we made sure all was going well, we started packing and heading home. Naturally, Lenko was last, since he behaved like as if the drill was his little child he must watch over. "What do you guys think is down there?" he asked as he rushed to catch up with us. "Our equipment couldn't pick up anything below 5 meters under the surface, so there must be a layer of some very dense mineral or maybe some unknown element. Who knows?" elaborated Novak, our geologist. "I think we're going to find cheese," I said, and we all laughed. Even Commander Polikov chuckled. I was wrong. We all were so wrong. The drill jammed the next day. Lenko and Novak went there to elaborate, while I stayed in the base with the commander. He didn't talk much, but when he did, it was mostly to criticize someone. He was the kind of person who wasn't satisfied no matter what you did, but deep down he cared for us, and we respected him for that. Lenko and Novak later returned with a handful of sharp black rocks and rather surprising news. As we predicted, about 4 meters below surface, there is a layer of this immensely hard black material. It is so hard, in fact, that it broke the drill head, explained Novak. "So, do you have any idea what it is?" asked the commander. "Not yet. It might be some metastable crystalline mineral formed under high pressure, but we won't know what it is until I'll have a look at it." The next few days were very interesting. Me and Lenko spent almost all the time by replacing drill heads. Novak was completely consumed by studying the strange material. The fact he didn't make much progress only fueled his amazement. I was just doing some maintenance in the drill with Lenko, and the drill suddenly plummeted down the hole, almost taking us with it. "Did you see that?" asked Lenko with confusion. "Of course I did, you idiot. It almost pulled me into the hole, in case you didn't notice," I responded. I then realized he probably didn't mean the drill, and I thought he was going to say something, but he didn't. I looked into the hole. I pulled a glow stick out of the pocket of my suit, cracked it, and dropped it in the hole. It fell into some sort of cavity. The rest of the team arrived shortly after, and the commander started cursing at the drill, then at us, and finally congratulated us for making the first major discovery on this rock. I knew what was going to happen next. "Prepare your gear and get some sleep. We are going down there tomorrow," said Polikov. When we returned to Kamchatka, Lenko insisted he needs to service exterior equipment. I thought that it was a big odd, because he serviced the exterior 2 days prior, but our equipment breaks all the time, so I didn't consider it a big deal. I wanted to stay with him, but he wouldn't be left alone outside. But he refused with any possibility of convincing him. So I gave up on that. He returned inside some 30 minutes after we did anyway. After a couple minutes after he came back, I heard a bang from the airlock. Then another. We rushed there, and Novak took a look out the window. His eyes widened, and he scanned the outside with a blank expression on his face. "What is it?" I asked. I don't know," he replied. "Lenko, do you know what's going on? You returned last," inquired the commander. "No, I swear, I have no idea what that was," he answered. Novak continued watching the outside for a few seconds, then went back to continue his work. So we did as well. The next day we descended down the hole. commander went down first, then I followed. I rappelled down some 4 meters when I reached the layer of the black material. As if it wasn't hard enough to already fit through the narrow opening with the suit on, I had to be careful not to cut the suit on the sharp, jagged edges of this dark substance. I then got into a hollow section and descended some further 10 meters down until I hit solid ground. It was pitch black, but with my headlight on, I saw we were in a cavern of some or dome. Walls were out of sight, but the floor was the same material like the ceiling. The drill was down there. It had collapsed down the hole when the ceiling gave way. We waited for the rest of the team and then headed into the darkness. After a few minutes, we sighted the wall. It was made out of the same material as I expected. "Do you have any idea what this is, Novak?" asked the commander. "I can't figure it out. It's like a really tight-packed crystal, but I couldn't find out what it is made of. It is completely inert. It doesn't melt. It doesn't conduct heat very well," he explained in return. We followed the wall and circled the whole cavity until we came back to where we started. The walls, the ceiling, and the floor were just this completely smooth black material. We headed down to the opening. However, on making our way back, we came across another opening in the ground. There was a ramp that went down, like a spiral, and after hesitating for a while, we walked down. We descended into a smaller cavity where tunnels extended in 4 directions like crossroads. Nobody asked the obvious direction. This wasn't a natural formation. There were 4 of us and 4 tunnels. One might think we would split up to cover more ground, but again, we were soldiers, not a bunch of stupid school kids, so we stuck together. We walked for maybe 40 minutes. We passed several other intersections. The whole place seemed like a maze or a web of tunnels, and it would be really easy to get lost here, so each time we passed such intersections, we left a glow stick in the mouth of the tunnel we came from. The whole place was eerie, and the further we went, the more uneasy I felt. Somewhere, deep in my mind, I felt we were not supposed to be here. We came to maybe the 10th or 11th intersection. We continued straight, but after a couple steps, I noticed that Lenko wasn't by my side anymore. I turned back to see him looking into one of the side tunnels at the intersections. "Guys, stop!" I spoke to the radio. "Lenko, what is it?" He turned to face us and said, I don't know. Guys, I don't feel well. We need to go back. Something is not right down here." What followed happened so fast, but I felt like watching a slow-motion video. At one moment, he stood there looking at us, but the next moment, he was gone. Something pulled him into the tunnel. We ran back, and I wanted to follow, but the commander pulled me back. "What are you doing? We can't leave him behind!" I shouted. "He's gone. We need to get out, otherwise we are all dead," he said. He was right. This wasn't our world. Whatever took Lenko was still down here with us. We needed to get out. We ran back from where we came. Running in such low gravity was really awkward, but at least it was easier, so we didn't need to stop and catch our breath, even with our heavy suits on. However, when we reached the next intersection, we stopped nonetheless. The glow stick wasn't there. As we soon learned, all of them were gone. At first, we remembered the way, but at some point, we probably took the wrong route because we never reached the spiral ramp. We eventually reached something that seemed like a dead end. We wanted to head back, but when we heard and felt a thumping in the distance, There was obviously no air, so sound probably traveled through the ground. Thump, 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 thump. Novak was the first one who panicked. Thump, 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 thump. Fuck, 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 fuck! What now? What are we gonna do, Commander? Please, we have to do something. I want to go home, he shouted across the radio. Thump, 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 thump. The pounding got louder and louder, or perhaps closer and closer. Thump, 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 thump. I was on the verge of panic as well when I noticed that the front wall in front of us wasn't a single piece. There was a groove running from the top to the bottom at the center. Help me with this, I said. Thump, thump, thump. With a combination of various tools, we managed to pry it open to reveal the wall was in fact a door. The sound was so close that I thought if I looked back, I would have seen the source, but I didn't want to. We squeezed through the door and let it close behind us. Thump. Fuck, that was close. You alright? Asked the commander. How are we going to turn back now? Asked Novak in response. We'll find a way, said the commander. How? We have no idea where we are, and there's... The commander cut him off. We'll find a way. We walked through another tunnel for some time until we reached a room. It was circular in shape, maybe 15 or 20 meters in diameter. It was filled with concentric rows of black boxes or tables, perhaps. In the center, there was a black three-sided pyramid. Again, 4 tunnels continued into the unknown at each side, like at the intersections. What was that place? We decided not to waste time and went into the tunnels. We probably walked for hours, but our oxygen was almost gone, and not long after we left the circular room, I started to feel it. My mind became cloudy, and my legs felt like jelly. I remember that we eventually reached a room. It was circular in shape with concentric rows of black tables and 3-sided pyramid in the center. I didn't have any energy left to realize that we returned somehow to the same room we had come from. I collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily, struggling for any oxygen left in my air. In the final desperate measure, I detached my helmet. I took a deep breath, and cold air filled my lungs before I collapsed. I saw something while I was unconscious. I can't remember it clearly. Like when you wake up and you remember your dream, but you forget it in a couple of minutes. I remember that I saw some kind of being. I can't remember how it looked like, but I knew that it was sleeping. Then it woke up. Tarkov, a voice said at the edge of my consciousness. Wake up. I woke up to see Novak. Wake up, Tarkov, he repeated, and shook me. I saw he had also removed his helmet. Somehow, there was air, and we could breathe it. But after all that's happened, it was one of the less surprising facts. What happened? I asked. Thank God you're all right. I don't know, but something is not right with Polikov, he answered. I stood up and saw him standing in front of the pyramid. Commander Polikov! I shouted. He didn't respond. We started walking towards him with Novak. I passed out when we got here. When I woke up, he was already standing there. He wouldn't respond, and he didn't move an inch. And I found you and woke you up, explained Novak. Polikov moved his arm and touched the pyramid. I don't know why we didn't notice before, but anyway, his helmet was still on. There's no way he had any oxygen left. Suddenly, the surface of the pyramid went black. And I mean, it was black even before, but now it was so black that I couldn't even see the surface anymore, only the outline. It was like if somebody simply torn away a part of space itself. Some sort of black hand appeared in front of the pyramid. I can't comprehend where it came from, but it seemed to extend out from the pyramid itself. It grabbed Polikov's arm and in the blink of an eye pulled him into the darkness. We turned and ran into the tunnel to our right. A few dozens of meters into the tunnel, I stumbled and fell face down onto the ground, breaking my lamp in the process. The last light in the tunnel disappeared with Novak as he sprinted away, and then I was plunged into darkness. I then heard heavy footsteps behind me. I wanted to stand up and run, but I couldn't. I couldn't take it anymore. I just lay there and awaited my end as the footsteps got closer. Thump, 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 thump. The thing got right next to me. I felt a hand touch my leg. It touched my suit several other times and advanced towards my head. Then, to my horror, it touched my face. It was cold. I imagined the same hand that had just pulled Polikov into the pyramid. I imagined it dragging me backwards, pulling me inside the pyramid to do terrible things to me. This was it. This was my end. But that didn't happen. Who is this? A shaky voice asked. I was startled. I didn't know what to do. It was Lenko's voice. It's Tarkov, I said after a while. Thank God I found you. I thought I would die here alone, he said. I stood up and we walked through the tunnel together in pitch darkness. We roamed the tunnels for hours, maybe days, weeks. At first it wasn't so bad because I wasn't alone. We filled the time by speaking about various things. We talked about our families, about our jobs, and about how we became astronauts. At one point I asked him what happened after he was pulled away from us. He didn't answer and went silent ever since. It wasn't long until the silence forced me to start questioning each step I took. How did Lenko survive? What happened to Polikov? But there was one thought that was much stronger than the others. Was it really Lenko next to me? Was it him or that monster with a black hand? I wouldn't know because I couldn't see. Why didn't he have a light? How did he find me? My gratefulness of not being alone shifted to terror. Each second my desperation to see light was stronger. I couldn't bear it anymore. Suddenly I tripped and fell. You all right, Tarkov? asked Lenko. I tripped on something, I explained. I turned, and with my hands proceeded to feel the object that caused my fall. It was highly irregular, but sometimes symmetric, and at some places it was soft and flexible, while at others was cold and smooth. I then realized what it was. A spacesuit. I eventually found a lamp, and after some struggling, I detached it from the suit. At first, to my surprise, I was afraid to turn it on. I was afraid to see what was in the darkness all around us. I was afraid to see who it was in the spacesuit, but I did it anyway. The brightness blinded my eyes, and after they adapted to the light, I saw Novak's face in the suit and Lenko standing over us. And for a brief moment, I felt that his eyes were somehow unnatural. Something wasn't right about it. I was on the verge of realizing what it was when the body beside me began to twitch and took a long, deep breath. Novak, are you okay? How did you get here? I asked. He was very disoriented. I don't remember. Is that? He said, and looked at Lenko. He looked at me, and we both stood up. I thought you guys were dead, he said. So did we, I answered. I was delighted to finally see a human face, but it wasn't over. We still had to find a way out. I ran as far away as I could until I realized you weren't following me. I wanted to head back for you, but I thought that you were gone as well. I can't remember what happened next. My head hurts just from trying to think about it, explained Novak. After managing to get a closer look at him, I realized he was looking terrible. Sick, perhaps. His eyes were red and he was completely pale. Something was wrong with him as well. After a few hours, we had decided to stop and take a break. I finally drifted into sleep. This time, I didn't have any dreams, just pitch darkness. It was that more terrifying because it reminded me of the time I spent in the dark. I was awoken by something. It was Novak. He gestured to me to stay silent. I saw Lenko sleeping a few meters away. Tarkov, listen, he whispered. We need to go now. We need to get away from him. What are you talking about? Are you crazy? I whispered back. Tarkov, do you remember the banging back at the station? He asked. When I looked out of the window, I saw something, but at that point I thought my mind was playing tricks on me, so I stayed silent. In the far distance, I saw a figure standing with its back turned to us. It was walking away, but it stopped when I focused my eyes on it. It turned and looked at me. It was him. It was Lenko. Finished Tarkov his revelation. I took a minute to process all this. I then nodded and silently stood up. We proceeded to carefully walk away. Something was wrong with this place. Something I can't explain. People disappeared. People appeared. If what Novak was saying was true, was the person behind us Lenko? If not, who was it? Was Novak telling the truth? Was it really Novak or something else? I couldn't trust anyone. I didn't even trust myself. It all felt so unreal, but so real at the same time. I had so many questions I didn't get answers to. I felt I would break at this point. I felt as if the walls of the tunnel were collapsing on me, getting tighter and tighter each section. I wanted so desperately to get out. I wanted to go home. But I was so far away from home. Then I heard a voice behind me. Are you my friend, Tarkov? Asked Lenko. I turned to see him standing right behind Novak, who was just behind me. I didn't know what to do. Of course I'm your friend, I responded. Good, he said. I looked in his eyes and realized what was wrong with him. They were pitch black. What are you? I shouted. We are everything, he said in an unsettling, unnatural voice. He then opened his mouth in an impossible way and clamped around Novak's neck, engulfing his head in its throat. Novak screamed in agony, but his screams were muffled by the thing's flesh. I turned to run while I heard ear-piercing roars and screeches behind me. I was too afraid to look, but I felt that it was getting closer. Thump, thump, thump. I ran through the tunnel for a while until I reached an intersection. In the center, there was a spiral ramp. My heart dropped. This could be where we came from. It had to be. Thump, 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 thump. I ascended the ramp, but the higher I got, the harder it was for me to breathe. I put my helmet back on and reached a big room. In the ceiling, there was a small ray of sunlight coming from a hole. Thump, thump, thump. I climbed out. I was finally out, but I didn't have time to celebrate. I was out of oxygen. What was left was the only air that had become trapped in my suit as I reattached my helmet. My reserves were completely out. I went to walk to the base when I froze. I dropped to my knees. The base was gone. Like if it was never there. Both our landers were there, but the base itself was gone. I crawled into one of the landers. I almost suffocated on the way, but I made it. Whoever receives this, I'm presumably the last survivor of Kamchatka expedition. I am sending this transmission in case I don't make it. I think whatever is down there is asleep for a long time, but we woke it up. The engine is warming up, but I'm afraid I'm out of time. I can see him outside. He's getting closer. God, help me. End of record. To think about it, I can't sleep knowing our own moon is something unnatural, something hiding so many terrifying truths. Whenever you take a look outside at the night sky, remember that sometimes the most mysterious and terrifying things are hidden in plain sight. And that is the end. Interesting story for sure. Very well written as well. I definitely found it to be quite fascinating and enjoyable. Obviously, I've heard the story before, and it was really well written, so I'm looking forward to if the author decides to write another section, another story. So I have another story. This time by two authors working together. The authors are Caged Misery and Brom Marlowe. Caged Misery is obviously here with us, so I'm pretty sure I maybe have to have her committed shortly. We'll see. Either way, the title of the new story is titled Strange New Cantrips Introduction. This, I believe, probably might end up being a series or I don't know, we'll see how things go, but all depends on how the story goes, and that'll depend if I need to have them both committed. I think we'll go ahead and start the reading. Journal, 21 October 2031. Begin entry. You know, I never believed in magic. If you knew me, you'd know how strange that factoid is, how incongruent with my personality. I'm a gamer. One of pad and pencil long after they were primarily supplanted by computers. Playing on paper with your fate at the mercy of a 20-sided dice is a rush that no computer's instant calculation could ever match. I almost always played as a mage, getting so far into it as to write my own spells and cantrips. Still, as I played game after game, year after year, I yearned to live in these worlds that we created. My grandfather's old books were a continual source of inspiration for me, and his stories became my games. It was a good way to keep him in my life long after his death. So you would think, with all my vast familiarity with that fantasy genre, that I would know how to mistrust a faded red hardcover notebook in a secret library in the basement of his old house. You'd think that, but you'd be wrong. This was the most incredible story my father had ever written, and I have read and reread his stories for over 30 years now. This one was written in ink, by quill, in my judgment, in my grandfather's antique script. It was the earliest work of his that I had ever encountered. He was compulsive about writing the date on everything, and the first date in this notebook was 6th of May, 1930. What really got me was the spells within. In every other work I had ever read, my grandfather did not write the spells out, but rather described the scene or the face of the caster. Thinking back on it now, he often seemed ill at ease with my contrived spells and cantrips, sometimes making small suggestions for changes. What I didn't know, and what you probably don't know either, is that spells and cantrips must be written down to be effective, as well as being perfectly correct to the letters used and even the breaths taken during recitation. Writing it out correctly in the caster's own hand powers it with a small piece of their very soul, which is returned after recitation. Still with me? It only gets more confusing from here, future reader. I was still naive then, and I copied out the spells and cantrips carefully, even mirroring my grandfather's antique script for authenticity. I was familiar enough with his stories, many of which he told aloud, to do a passable impression of his voice and intonation. I still wonder why I focused on so much realism in my fantasy games. As this journal progresses, you may indeed reach some of the same conclusions I did. On a night brilliantly illuminated by a full moon, my 6 best friends joined me at my grandfather's old house, which had long been mine at this point, but which always was referred to as his, and went down to our game room in the basement. I was sitting directly across from the bookshelf that hid the secret room, and I smiled at the tale I would have for them later. The Magnificent Seven, as we called ourselves with tongue-in-cheek humor, consisted of myself, Brad, Dana, Martin, Christine, John, and Mary. We met in elementary school and stayed together in a world that would often try to tear us to figurative shreds, and by now, we were as a family. We settled in for gaming, and as ever, I insisted upon only being called by my mage's name. "Oh, mighty Fearstig, tell us where we 7 are most needed," Brad and Dana intoned in unison. They weren't identical twins, but they were more alike than any twins I'd ever known, down to saying things as a pair. "My friends and companions," I said, fully in character, "and we are called upon the lands to Lunastrom to deal with the infestation of weir creatures on the full moon." "How far is it, and do we have to walk the whole way?" Martin asked impishly. I headed him off quickly before he could bring giant Ingalls into this new world. No. I found a hidden library in a secret room and found the words of power that will allow us to teleport there to those distant shores, I said grandly while skewering Mountain with my gaze. He usually played some sort of trickster creature, in this case a giant gnome. Don't ask. Really. Without another word, I stood up and held my hand-carved oaken staff grandly over my head, the quartz crystal tip catching both candlelight and moonlight dramatically. I spoke the words, and nothing will compel me to write them in this journal. I was so into character, as were the others, that at first the silver light filling the basement didn't really seem strange. When I realized it was not a figment of my imagination, I did try to stop my recitation. I had already pulled too much power into myself, and I could no more stop it than I could stop the sun from shining. The incantation grew louder in my ears as the silver light blinded me from everything else in this room. I couldn't hear the others. I couldn't even move enough to take anyone's hand to reassure myself I was not alone in this silver purgatory. With one last blinding flash, I felt myself going away and immediately sensed that something was wrong. We woke up in a field, chilly but comfortable, with more stars shining than I had ever seen in my life. I raised a hand to my forehead and realized it was furry and clawed. As others sat up, we all realized we were various were-creatures. I was what we later termed a were-yeti. Brad and Dana were werewolves. He was golden, she was silver. Martin was a were-bear. John was a human-sized were-owl. And Mary a were-fox, though she was smaller than the rest of us. She was larger than any natural fox. I could not say how I still knew my friends, but it was clear they also knew me. Fierstig, what happened? They all asked at once. I shrugged at first, but came clean and told them about the secret room and the story in the red hardcover journal. Far from being fearful, we were actually excited a bit. We were gamers, actually, in a fantasy world with new and improved bodies. How we wished we could have shown up at school like this to torment our bullies. It may have been over 15 years in the past, but some of those wounds were still fresh. We were glad that wherever we were together. We found a river and started following it downstream. John was delighted his form could fly, and he scouted for us, trying to find a village for us to stop in to get more information, though we hoped our human forms might return if it was a human village. John found a village and reported it was full of were-creatures like us, were-squirrels to were-rabbits. Just before we reached the town, we were ambushed by human bandits. Rather, I should say, they ambushed themselves on us. We were a little disturbed after that fight, as our instincts had us ripping them to shreds, which was much different than rolling some multifaceted dice. We got over it quickly, though. Our bodies had begun adapting our minds, and we were growing comfortable with the power of our new forms. When we reached the village, we were greeted with a multitude of howls and yips and even some excited chittering. Apparently, no new were-creatures had come to the village since the 1930s. I immediately suspected the work my grandfather in that, but set it aside for the moment. We were introduced to the entire village and shown a large house for us all to live in while we were there. Not surprisingly, we're in a village of Nightfall in the land of Lunastrom. We woke up in our old bodies to blazing sunlight, each of us lifting our heads painfully off the table. No, that wasn't right. Brad and Dana were missing. No words needed to be said. I began the incantation again, and the silver light filled the game room, blotting out the sunlight as easily as it did the moonlight. When we vanished this time, I was prepared for it, and I saw the basement give way to the village of Nightfall. It was completely empty, and the large house we had been given was empty too. End of entry. And that is the end of this little story. It's an interesting, nice little fantasy story. With a little weirdness thrown in. Kind of an interesting perspective in a way to put that. I think that'll be in one we may just have to commit these authors. I mean, clearly they must be disturbed having minds such as these. I mean, I can't think of any other way. So it appears Viktor has been returned from my staff, from the experiments. I don't think I'll let him go as he's begging, but we'll see how his story turns out first. So the story that Viktor has written is titled Embers of a Dying Flame. Now, keep in mind that Viktor definitely is committed and will be remaining here with us for a while. He clearly has a unique and thrilling mind that we just can't let go yet. So, here we go with the story. Silence. The only sounds in my desolated and isolated abode were the sounds of buzzing flies and the chirping of the birds and the crickets. Occasionally I would hear the sound of a wolf pack howling in the dead of night, or the sound of the soft grunting of an Australian bush turkey as it walked towards my little hunt, picking up the scent of the animal I had hunted today. I would occasionally feed the bush turkeys as well, so they wouldn't feel the necessity to muster up the courage to walk up to me and exhibit no fear as they attempted to steal some food, generally vegetables and fruits from around me or directly from my plate. I am not who many people say I am. If one was to inquire about my name, they would receive some ridiculous answers. Dan is a sociopath. Dan is crazy. Dan is a psychopath. These are just a few examples of what people would call me. However, I am merely just a misanthrope, sick of humanity. After all, what have we been able to do over the millennia of our existence as a species? We've done nothing but damage the world that has given us everything: life, food, water, amongst other necessities of our world. And in return, what have we done for Mother Nature and Earth? We have caused deforestation, pollution, and recently, global warming. It's for those reasons, among others, I have chosen to live by myself, for myself, in the Kandura rainforest, with only the animals to keep me company. And I wouldn't have it any other way. There are many things that people cannot live without these days. Among these items exist smartphones and televisions. I cannot deny we're moving into an era in which everything is controlled by technology. We've been given permanent access to things such as internet, even though no one realizes that in doing so, the internet and those controlling it have been given permanent access to us. Therefore, the only connection I have with the outside world is just a radio. Just so I can keep up to date with how much more annihilated the world is becoming every day. Recently, there's been a few new problems over the radio, though to be honest, I could see the smoke for a long time. The radio only confirms what I believed to already be true. A series of bushfires had broken out across Australia. Hundreds of people had been killed. Thousands more had been forced out of their homes by either the infernal or the people claiming to control it. I didn't pay it much thought until something on the radio caught my attention. And coming in just now, there are recent reports on a series of fires starting out on the west side of the cairns. Residents have been immediately ordered to evacuate their homes and are being urged to enter a series of fire shelters that are being set up by the government as the state of Queensland has entered mass panic, with over hundreds of uncontained fires spreading across the region at an unprecedented rate. Firefighters are doing what they can to contain the fire, but initial efforts seem futile. Among other... I shut the damn radio off and sighed heavily. Humanity has really screwed themselves over now, I thought to myself as I went outside to look around. Though Kandura was only 25 kilometers from Cairns, I didn't see anything too bad yet. That's when I first saw the smoke. At first, it was barely recognizable from a billow of smoke that's already beginning to suffocate me in the air, but the more I looked, the larger and more spread out it became, and it was only a matter of moments before I saw the orange and red on the horizon coming towards me fast. I didn't even have time to go back to my hut and pick up my essentials such as flashlights, food, rifle, or my canteen of water. At the rate the blaze was closing in, the best and only shot I had of escaping was as if I ran as fast as I possibly could right now, without a moment to waste. So I did just that. I ran and I ran until my lungs threatened to burst. I had tested my endurance before and found I could easily cover the distance from my hut to the end of the forest without having to stop for breath. Of course, I never anticipated all the smoke that was now all around me, not to mention the increasing heat as the blazes slowly caught up to me. I couldn't run anymore. There was still a good minute before I could make it out of the forest. I thought about it. What would I do once I was out? It's not as if the fire would politely stop at the end of the forest and allow me to escape. I realized the inescapable situation I was in, and I wished I had brought my hunting rifle with me. If I had, I could at least save myself the pain of being burned alive with a quick shot to my head. But I had no other choice now, and every second the fire was drawing nearer, I stood and faced it, and accepted what was going to happen to me. You know, I never realized how beautiful fire really was until I was face to face with it. The beauty of the blaze as it performed its majestic dance of destruction. I looked around and saw what was happening all around. I saw more smoke rise from distant locations and almost hear the screams of wives that were losing their husbands and the children who didn't know what was happening. I would have felt sorry if I hadn't known that these people brought everything upon themselves, yet in that moment I could not deny the sense of pity I had for them. Hell, what does it matter anymore? I thought to myself, as I felt the heat become excruciating. I turned back yet again to face the beautiful instrument that would end my life on this earth and transport my soul to God knows where. And that's when I saw them. A line of bodies, all seemingly human in shape, as outlines directly behind the blazes. Looking at them from this close almost felt like my eyes were melting, though I'm not sure if it was from the fire that was only a few meters away from me or the bodies. I thought I was hallucinating, or that these were the spirits to take me away from this place. They were floating in the air with the same pace as the fire after all. However, when the fire engulfed me, I saw something else. Being overtaken by the flames was like having an entire dam emptied onto you, if that makes any sense. That feeling you get when you become suddenly surrounded, almost submerged in something that isn't air, with no holes or anything to be able to breathe. The strangest thing was, I felt no pain as I saw my flesh fall off my body in chunks, and as I slowly felt as if I was melting away. I felt no feelings when my legs were reduced to ashes. I thought I was dying, yet still very much alive, as the last of my body became naught but a smoldering ash in a torrent of conflagration that now consumed me. I did feel one more emotion before the life left me forever, however: fear. Raw, true fear. What triggered this fear in me were the nightmarish entities that stood before me. The same ones I believed to be human, now having protruding bones and other masses of tissue out of different parts of their bodies. I gasped as one of the ghastly, macabre apparitions grabbed what I could only perceive to be my soul and spoke the last words I would ever hear. "Don't tell anyone what's to come, Clark, for you know all too well." And that was the end of that story. As you can see, the amazing alliterations and just the way he's written these just has to be used. I mean, I can't think of any other place he should be. Can you? Clearly, he is needed here. I mean, how else can we treat his mind? No. I think we'll have a few more stories from you yet. I don't think we're quite done. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. A few more writers. And I think we may have something. Maybe we can put something to solve their troubled minds. Or maybe they will need to remain with us forever. It all depends. We'll see how this future occurs. If we need to continue with the treatments, or if we just need to remove that fear, that anxiety. I mean, we do have that kind of treatment available. I mean, with a lobotomy, oh no, but that always ruins the creativity. I mean, the ones that survive, not that there has been any yet. We shall see. We shall see. But for now, I think we'll find another story to read for the evening. There is plenty here to select from. So let's see what we should start with. Ooh, I found a new one. This one is from another author, sadly. Wasn't able to have him committed yet. Maybe sometime in the future that will happen, but for now, we'll have to do with what we have. So, at the very minimum, we do have this story, and it is quite interesting, I believe. Let's see how you feel. This story is titled, Stay Away from the Ocean. It's Not Safe Anymore, by RichardSaxon. In 1989, we detected a faint call coming from the depths of the ocean. A strange cry from a massive creature traveling alone in the vast blue waters below. At first, it sounded like an oddity, a malfunctioning hydrophone, but then we heard it again in 1990 and then again in 1991. With only 5% of the ocean explored, it baffled us. To any untrained ear, it sounded like a whale, but its pitch was too high, measuring at a frequency of 52 hertz. It meant that the song couldn't be understood by any known species of whale. Thus, it was destined to exist on its own, and it has been dubbed the loneliest creature in the world. We call him Blue 52. Every year, we'd hear the lonesome whale, measured through hydrophones spread across the west coast of America and Canada. Still, it wouldn't be until 2019 before we finally laid eyes on it. Our crew was tasked with finding him, tag him with a tracker, and observe for others like him. On board the RV Song of Solitude, we traversed the North Pacific in search of a whale that had been heard but never seen. With technology constantly advancing, tracking had become a much easier task. While it took us weeks to just locate him, we grew closer with each passing day. "Do you think he knows?" Rita asked as we stared at the horizon. The ocean was calm, gently rocking our large research vessel. It was wonderfully peaceful, and although our mission was interesting, it carried an undeniable hint of dread. "Knows what?" I asked. She sighed. "Bet there are others like him out there." It was a fair question. Whether or not the strange frequency of its voice was caused by a deformity, or if it was a hybrid species, it had to have been raised by someone. Whale calves stay approximately 1 year with their mothers as they grow and get ready to face the ocean alone. I don't know. Why else would he sing? The whale had been traveling in the same path as blue whales, yet the timing was off. It meant that despite it going exactly the same way, it would never meet anyone else on its journey. Wherever he swam, the others would be long gone. 40 years alone, just looking for someone else. She trailed off. Weeks passed as we searched, and in the late summer of 2019, we finally found him. There he was, just surfacing for a breath of fresh air, an 80-foot-long whale spurting a fountain of water from his blowhole. He had a magnificent blue color, yet the shape of his body resembled that of a fin whale. Our theory of it being a hybrid had been confirmed, and he looked extraordinarily healthy considering he had survived on his own for so long. "He's magnificent!" Rita exclaimed in excitement. Without hesitation, we planted a tracker on his skin with a suction cup and let him dive back beneath the ocean. We went to work and recorded more of his song, somber tune of melancholy. We spent the next 3 weeks just tracking him, hoping to see another of his kind. Alas, he remained alone. During the nights, I often found Rita staring out at the ocean, marking each time he surfaced to breathe. He looks sad. How can you tell? I don't know. It's just a gut feeling, I guess. Poor Eros. Eros? Yeah, I figured we're the closest thing he has to family. We ought to be the ones naming him. I mulled it over for a moment. It certainly sounded better than Blue 52. A bit ironic, don't you think? Not at all. As the mission went on, Rita started sleeping less and less. She was afraid that we'd lose Eros if we didn't keep a constant eye on him. Whales hardly ever sleep, constantly needing to resurface, always on the move. Of all the mammals, they have the lowest requirement for sleep. We were 2 months into our mission when I was shook awake in the middle of the night. As I opened my heavy eyes, I saw Rita standing above me with a wide smile on her face. "There's another whale!" she shouted. We rushed to the control room where Captain Banks stood, eyes fixed on a new set of frequencies. Sure enough, there was 2 distinct but similar sources of sound coming from about 1,000 feet below. I knew it! I knew Eros wasn't alone! Suddenly, our depressing job had turned into one of joy. If there were 2, we could assume with a high probability that there were more. In fact, we might be witnessing the beginning of a new subspecies of whale. It was a beautiful moment to behold. "You sure it's not just a malfunction?" one of the crew members asked. I took a look at the numbers. Ero's voice had lowered a bit in his ears at 50 hertz, while the other new source was slightly higher pitched. Could it be a calf? No idea. The sonar isn't picking anything up. We need to get closer. We waited until morning and tried to get closer to Eros. According to the sonar readings, there was a creature roughly twice the size of our whale swimming a couple 1,000 feet beneath the surface. Even for a whale, it was huge. About an hour passed, and we finally caught Eros coming up for air. Despite tracking 2 distinct beings, only one of them ever breached the surface. Do you see anything? No. It's not coming up. Are we sure it's a whale? What else could it be? I don't know, but even whales can't hold their breath forever. We discussed the possibilities of a new species entirely, but before we could even alert our superiors back on the mainland, we heard something else. It was a 3rd song, and then a 4th, and a 5th, and before long, a whole pod of these creatures had been detected. They were massive, far larger than any known creature to occupy the ocean. It was a frightening but intriguing discovery. We were ordered to send down a submersible drone to get an actual view of the beings. I controlled the machine as it quickly descended down 1,000 feet. We held our breath as the light of the sun gave way to the darkness of the ocean. We'd be right on top of the unidentified animals. "Where the hell are they?" Captain Banks asked. "There! I saw something!" It was Eros, diving down to follow the drone. He seemed to understand that the device belonged to us and started leading us towards the other creatures. We followed Eros down further, 2,000 feet below the surface, before we finally found them. At first, all we saw were yellow, glowing orbs dangling in the darkness. Then we saw the true monstrosities we discovered. They're not whales, Rita gasped. They looked like torn pieces of bright green flesh bobbing up and down like jellyfish through the water. They had massive bodies covered in glowing blisters. Dozens of tendrils reached out from their tangled mass. What we assumed to be their heads had multiple dark holes with thin membranes from which they emitted their songs. "What are they?" I asked. Before my question could be answered, one of the crew members shouted in protest. All we heard was a splash as someone dropped into the water. "Wait, no!" "What happened?" Captain Banks asked. "Simon, he just took an anchor and jumped off the ship." We peeled our eyes in hopeless search for the lost sailor, but he was long gone. "Call the mainland. Tell him what happened," Captain Banks ordered. "Get the drone back up. It's time to leave." I glanced back at the screen. The camera had gone dark, and we'd lost contact with the drone. With little hesitation, we decided to set course for the coast. The footage would serve as enough documentation of our discovery. We were still days away from reaching land, but we didn't have any other choice. Nightfall came and plunged us into overwhelming darkness. Nothing but a million stars above to keep us lit up in the night. Despite their beauty, they signified the immense size of emptiness surrounding us. "What do you think we saw?" I asked the captain. He looked over the multiple recordings we had gotten from our hydrophones. They all matched the voice of Eros in terms of frequency, yet the rhythm seemed completely off. "Whale songs can travel 100 miles, no problem. Based on the composition of those things, I'd say they were airless creatures. It would suggest they come from the very depths of the ocean beneath us, but I can't say for sure." "You think Eros alerted them with his voice?" He nodded. "Why else would they venture this far up?" Our conversation was interrupted by the sound of an anchor moving on deck. We rushed outside to find Rita standing by the edge, staring longingly into the ocean below. "Rita, what are you doing? They're calling for me." "Who?" "The dancers of the sea. Their songs are so beautiful. Don't you hear them?" "Rita, please, step away from the edge," Captain Banks begged. I took a slow step towards her, ready to snatch her away from the edge. Before I could even get close, she just stepped over and fell into the water. "Rita!" I shouted in despair as she sank out of sight. By the time we could even turn around to search for her, she was too far gone to rescue. Anyone that willingly jumped into the depths could never be rescued. Captain Banks jumped onto the radio, getting ready to demand an airlift back to mainland, yet the only sound that greeted us on the other end was the damned song from the depths. Whatever these creatures were, they interfered with our system, making it impossible to call for help. We were effectively trapped. In the ocean, 100 glowing orbs appeared. The creatures, despite coming from thousands of feet below, had the ability to surface, and they were heading straight for us. "Oh God, there!" was all I could get out before the ship shook violently. A tendril reached out from the water and it grabbed one of the crewmen. He screamed in agony as it pierced his abdomen, pulling him into the water. Captain Banks took a knife and tried to cut one of the tendrils that wrapped around our deck. It was a futile task, and another quickly wrapped around his leg, instantly snapping the bone within. He screamed as the creature tore at him, digging into the leg and reaching through his abdomen. He was dead before he even hit the water. The ship started to topple over, and I clung to the railing. Then something rammed us, and the ship fell back into place. The tendrils retreated into the ocean, and we were temporarily free. I looked for any sign of my crewmen, but they'd all been snatched away. Alone, I peeked into the waters and saw what had been my unlikely hero. It was Eros. He had plunged his massive body into the monster, which had redirected its attention toward him. It dug its tendril into his body, blood filling the waters. He kept swimming, pulling away from the monstrosities, and they followed. In his wake, he left a trail of blood, leading them away from my damaged vessel, giving me an opportunity to escape. I set course in the opposite direction, not hesitant to take use of the escape window granted to me. The creatures didn't follow, but I never stopped fleeing. It took another full day before I finally made contact with mainland. I alerted them to the situation, and they sent a ship out to meet me. I sustained minor injuries. My crew, on the other hand, had all but succumbed to the horrors of the ocean. I don't know what happened to Eros, if he managed to get away or if the things caught up with him. Whatever the case, he saved my life, and I owe him everything. In a search for a family, he inadvertently awoke something from the deepest parts of the ocean. According to recent hydrophone recordings, there are millions of them across the Pacific, and they're spreading farther and farther around the world. The seas are no longer safe, and there's nothing we can do to stop them. I might have made it back to shore, but what truly horrifies me is that despite being 1,000 miles away, I can still hear them singing. At first, they were only sounds, but now I finally understand. They want me to come to them, and I don't know how long I can resist. And that was the end of that song. Or story. Song of the Whale. Story. Whatever you want to call it. It was pretty good, I like to say. I think that definitely might need to make another section to that story. Maybe after all these things decide to take over the world. Creatures from the ocean taking over the land of the living. Those living on the land, whatever. See, my brain is not working anymore. Clearly, I deserve to be here. I need to be here. Question is, who else needs to be here? We'll be right back. And then we'll find another story. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them now. I'll do what I can to answer when I return. Shouldn't be longer than just a couple moments. For now, contemplate the interesting stories that have been read to you thus far. I'm sure we can come up with some wonderful and new and unique stories to satisfy everyone's
horror itch. We'll be back in just a moment. Alright, well, we are back for the short term. I may be cutting it actually a little shorter this evening. I was thinking of possibly going much longer, but I'm having a few of my patients getting a little out of control, and I may need to take care of that. But we'll do what we can for as long as we can. Maybe at least one more story. So let's find that one. Let's see what we have. Alright. This one is by HeadOfSpectre, titled Remember Only the Checkered Clown. It's a fairly long story, so we'll see how long we can read this before I need to deal with my patients. So, has there been any questions about, or anything that anyone has that needs to be dealt with at this time, or shall we just continue on to the next story? Well, I'm not seeing any questions jump out at me. Alright then. I think we'll go ahead and get started then. Hamster quotas for the week. Well, we'll see on that one. Considering I have a few patients who have problems with the hamsters, so we'll have to figure that one out later after I run the numbers. People in my hometown don't talk about what happened during the summer of 1969. Urban legends, unsolved mysteries, and tragedies can be found in the history of any small town in the world, and mine is no different. Yet, those who remember the checkered clown know why it's best forgotten. For the purpose of anonymity, I won't share the name of my hometown. Most of those who know of the clown only know the twisted stories, and those old enough to remember aren't likely to share many details. Most of them would be of little help anyways. I'm quite sure There aren't many left alive who know the truth. I very well will be the last one, and if that is so, it would be wrong to take that knowledge to my grave, as so many have before me. As it is now, I am staring down the barrel of old age, and my youth is long gone. It's best to come out with it while I'm still young enough to remember everything. I was 8 years old on July 14th in the year 1969. It was a sunny day, with only a few clouds drifting lazily through the sky, and even a few blocks away you could smell the carnival. It had been a topic of conversation amongst the boys in the blocks for a few weeks, but back then our little town was out of the way, surrounded on all sides by heavy forests, with only a few roads connecting it to the rest of the world. Given the isolation, we didn't see much of interest passing through our little community, so, of course, the carnival was a big deal. I remember when my mom and dad led my brother and I to the field at the edge of town. I walked happily in front of them, looking back periodically to make sure they were close behind. My dad held my little brother Carter's hand, and they lagged behind a little. He was only 4 years old, too young to understand where we were going, and I remember he'd been especially grumpy that morning. He'd just been getting over a fever, so maybe that had contributed to his sour mood. Either way, and I lost my spot. Give me one moment. It sounds like I have a patient. I'll be right back. Okay, where was I at? Okay, there we are. Either way, I wouldn't let it dampen my own enthusiasm. As soon as I smelled the deep-fried funnel cake and popcorn, I broke into a run, following the delightful smells and sounds of music. Then I saw it, the long-awaited carnival, and there was an initial rush of disappointed. I had expected something a lot more grand than what we had gotten. In the movies and on TVs, carnivals seemed like endless sprawls of games and rides and food with Ferris wheel looming over all of it. What was set up in that field was certainly something incredible, but it was fairly bare bones. There weren't any rides, just booths with simple games and vendors with food. I saw a few of my friends at one of the vendors. I had been ready to go over and join them when a man had stopped me. It'd been Mr. Woods, who'd run the town library back in those days. I remember he'd always had a kindly smile and soft eyes. "Don't you want your tickets?" he'd asked, and in his hand I saw strings of ticket paper waiting for me. Mr. Wood's warm smile seemed to widen as he offered them to me, and I greedily snatched them up. I glanced behind me for a moment, and I saw my mom and dad and Carter right behind me. My dad just smiled at me and waved me on towards the booths. That was all the permission I needed. I sprinted towards my other friends to join them in whatever game they'd been playing, and my initial disappointment was quickly forgotten. I remember that my teacher that year, Mrs. Jenkins, was watching the ring toss game, and that our principal, Mr. Hughes, had volunteered for the dunk tank, which was practically a dream come true. For one glorious afternoon, me and my friends got to experience a carnival. We traded tickets for treats like funnel cake and candied apples. We'd run around and played. There was even a smiling clown in a baggy white suit who sounded a lot like my friend Michael's dad that painted our faces. The afternoon was almost absolutely perfect. I'll admit, I did lose track of my family amongst everything. I remember that I saw my mom sitting alone at one picnic,
table with no sign of my dad or Carter around. But I never thought much of it. I'd figured my dad had taken Carter to play some games. I had my own friends to play with and my own games to focus on. I didn't want to drag my little baby brother around. What kid would? So I just played with my friends and enjoyed the carnival for what it was worth. We'd never paid much attention what was going on in the background. I don't think anyone did. Most of those who saw something that day have their own stories. Some got a look at the checkered clown. Some claim they spoke with him. Others only caught a glimpse of him. I fall within the latter camp. When I saw him, he'd been walking behind the booths. He was dressed in a black and red checkered outfit and wore a cap that resembled the stereotypical court jesters. I remember the way the bells had jingled as he'd walked. I'd only momentarily caught sight of his face when he looked towards children in the carnival, although I can't say I saw much. He kept himself covered with a black buskin mask. I remember the mournful expression on it that seemed so exaggerated. The mask looked as if it was just screaming in anguish. I'd watched him for a few minutes as he passed, popping in and out of view from behind the booths as he walked purposefully away. He didn't hold my attention for long. Instead, I'd just gone back to my games. At the time, he'd made such a small impression, and I'm sure I'd have forgotten him entirely if people hadn't begun to notice the missing children. We'd only been playing for a few hours before someone started calling out for the child, and in the span of a few minutes, the carnival fell apart. I remember my dad emerging from a crowd of other kids who looked around in confusion as their parents called for them. He grabbed my hand and tugged me sharply away from the other children towards my mom. I could see her head darting around frantically, and over the cries of the crowd, I could hear her yelling a name. "Carter! Carter!" There were tears rolling down her cheeks as she called for him, and her voice was drowned out amongst several other parents screaming for their children. I remember seeing several of my friends with their own parents, and I remember that some of them even had siblings who were now notably absent. "Take Sean. I'll find Carter," my dad had said, as he pushed me toward my mom. She'd look up at him, silent for a moment before she grabbed me by the hand and led me away. I didn't want to go. I didn't understand what was going on. I didn't even know where Carter had gone or why everything had been so suddenly stopped. I just remember looking back at the carnival. I heard no music, and the smell of food was barely lingering. What I did hear were the desperate cries of frightened parents looking for boys and girls they'd never see again. 32 children went to the carnival that day and never came home, including my brother Carter. Most of them were young, 5 and under, but there were a few older ones as well. As for what happened, well, nobody really knew. A number of eyewitnesses said they had seen a clown in a red and black checkered suit leading children by the hand into the woods. To that end, most of the town joined a search party, hoping to recover the children, but they found nothing, and after a few days, they gave up. No one ever figured out just who the checkered clown had been, either. I don't think anyone wanted to believe they had been part of the community. I don't recall there being much finger-pointing at the time, but I can only imagine I was too young to see it the full extent. If there was anyone the community blamed, I never heard anything about it, and in the end it hardly mattered. The final consensus was that the clown had been a stranger, some unknown monstrous figure who'd taken advantage of the carnival to lure away some innocent children through, although the questions of why and to where were left unanswered. For there were no answers to be found. No explanation and no why behind it at all. Those children had simply been spirited away, and that was the only answer my little community had. Loss begat grief. Grief became bitterness, which gradually turned into acceptance, and as years went by, people seldom spoke of the carnival. It became a sour memory for those who lived through it, and an urban legend for those who didn't. Moving on after Carter's disappearance wasn't easy, but in due time, I found my ways to accept that my brother was dead. Time went by, I grew up. Familiar faces aged and died off, and every year the memory of the checkered clown became more and more distant. I never left my hometown. Some of my friends did. First, returning only for occasional visits that became less and less frequent before they stopped returning at all. I never resented them for that. One thing I've learned is that life calls people to different paths, and I'd made a point to see enough of the world outside my little bubble to know that as beautiful as it was, there was never anywhere else in the world that I felt more at home than, well, home. Besides, the next 50 years were kind to our little community. Inevitably, the town grew. A lumber mill opened in the 70s that brought newcomers, and with them came growth. As the next 51 years crept by, the little hometown I'd grown up in changed into something modern and unrecognizable, and that fateful carnival was all but forgotten. Even the field it had taken place in was bulldozed and replaced by a small suburb of townhouses. And as all of this happened, I lived my life. I met a girl, married her, had kids, got old, and I'd even stopped thinking about the carnival. Every now and then it would creep in my mind, but like any bad memory, I didn't let it linger. I'd decided long ago there was no point in dwelling in the past. Instead, I just kept working towards retirement and figuring how I'd spend my twilight years, and I was happy just to have that. After the divorce, I'd gotten myself a little townhouse I could comfortably afford. Originally, I bought it for me and my 2 sons to live comfortably while they were over, but I'd inevitably ended up the only resident. My oldest son had gotten married and moved into the city about a year ago, and my youngest was finishing college in another state and shooting to become a lawyer. I was well enough alone, although I can't say it bothered me much. I had Toby for company, and while my mom had died long ago, my dad was still kicking as he pushed 90, and I'd stop by for a visit every now and then. Toby, some sort of collie mix. I think he had some healer in him. Originally, he had been my youngest son's dog, but when he left for college, Toby stayed with me. He was an odd animal, to say the least. Scrawny, no matter how much he ate. Anxious to the point where fucking rain terrified him, and if I so much as stepped out of the house, he'd scream blue murder until I came home. He had these big, bloodshot eyes that looked so miserable all the time, and by God, was he a troublemaker. I can't say I didn't love the dog beside his faults, though. I suppose it was nice to have something to care for, and I could tell that Mutt missed my boys as much as I did. We kept each other company, though. Every Sunday morning, I'd wake up a little early and cook a big breakfast of sausage and eggs. I'd make a few extra sausages for the dog and then set them on a plate for him. He always seemed to appreciate that. Then, after breakfast, I'd get his leash and we'd go on a little stroll through the neighborhood. We'd pass through what used to be downtown when I was a boy, and on the way back up, we'd pass the suburb that sat where that field once had. I don't often think about it,
The carnival was a faded scar, and the houses all looked similar. Sometimes I might reminisce as we passed those houses, but not often. Usually I'd keep walking with Toby, lost in my own thoughts on the way home. That Sunday in March had been a bit colder than most. Most of the winter's snow had defrosted, but some fresh snowflakes drifted down from an otherwise clear sky that morning. I could see my breath out in front of me while I had been out on my morning walk with Toby. I'd let him explore and nip at the snowflakes as I walked. I don't remember what I was thinking about as we passed the suburbs where the carnival once stood, but my mind was elsewhere. Toby's sudden barking was the only thing that brought me back into the moment, followed by a sudden yank on his leash. I looked up and caught sight of a white, fluffy tail fleeting around the house as Toby struggled against his leash. I felt it slip out of my hand, but I wasn't fast enough to stop it. That dog took off like a shot, barking threats at that innocent rabbit as he gave chase, and I was right behind him, yelling at him like a fool. Toby! Toby, get back here! If nothing else, that dog was fast. I'm not even sure I could have kept up with him in my prime, and by the time I followed him around the house, all I saw was a black and white blur in the distance, heading for the trees. Toby! That damn dog couldn't have cared less, and he vanished into the woods without so much as a backward glance. Right, you little bastard, I murmured as I reached the tree line. My boots sank a little into the mud, and I could see the vague shape of the dog in the distance. I headed towards him, calling out again, but this time he looked at me. He was panting, and he had that stupid dog grin dogs always get on his face. I had a feeling he was going to draw this out and turn it into a game, since he hadn't gotten the memo that at 7 years old, he wasn't a puppy anymore. As soon as he saw me getting closer, he took off a short distance away and then stopped to make sure I was still following him. While he waited for me to catch up, he pranced around and rolled in the mud, probably having the time of his life in the process. As pissed off as I was, I can't pretend it wasn't a little endearing. Okay, you had your fun, as I said, and I guess I got closer to him, and Toby just took off again. Asshole. I took another step forward, but as I did, I heard the creak of old wood. Not a twig snapping under my feet. No, this sounded more like rotting floorboard and a bit of an echo to it. I didn't have much time to wonder just what the hell it was. It was just a split second later the ground gave way beneath my feet. With a startled cry, I dropped down in the darkness and was greeted with a splash of cold water. It hadn't been a long fall, but it had been a hard one. I landed on my ass and the water went up to my chest. A rancid smell filled my nostrils, and I immediately began to gag. I'm not ashamed to admit that my lovely breakfast went to waste that morning. My body ached, but as far as I could tell, I wasn't seriously hurt. In the light that filtered from the hole I'd fallen through, I could tell I'd only dropped about 10 feet. Looking around, my first thought was I'd fallen into some old, sealed-off well. I suppose that was just my luck. Up above, I could hear Toby barking. He was close, and I saw him peek into the pit and sniff at it before continuing to bark. I suppose the little bastard realized something wasn't right and was doing the only thing he could logically do about it. I fumbled around for my pocket for my cell phone and took it out. Thank God I'd opted for the waterproof case, since I'd at least be able to call for help a little more efficiently than Toby was. Bless his heart for trying. With my phone offering some light, I was allowed the chance to see my surroundings a little clearer. The water beneath me was dark, almost black, and muddy earth shifted beneath my submerged feet felt uneven, as if I were standing on rocks. When I moved, I nudged something with my foot that shifted. On instinct, I looked down, and that's when I saw it out of the corner of my eye. It was almost completely sunken into the dirt wall of the pit. Most of it was submerged, but I realized what I was looking at. A human skull. The bone was brown and rotten, and the lower jaw had long since fallen off. I jerked backwards, bumping against the rear wall of the pit, and my eyes darted around frantically. Something broke underneath my foot. Another bone? My pulse was racing as I looked back at the skull that had sunken into the wall. It looked small. Too small to be an adult. My attention shifted to the wall behind it and followed it up. It occurred to me that a well would have probably had more than just old dirt wall. Hell, there should have been some indicator where it had been in the first place to prevent old idiots like me falling in. But there hadn't, had there? There'd been no marker, no warning, nothing at all. Looking back at the skull, I could hear Toby barking frantically above me, and there was only one thing to do. With a shaking hand, I dialed the police. I was there on the scene when the police began to remove skeletons from the pit. After they'd gotten me out and I told them what I'd seen, I stood by watching as one of the officers descended into that pit. Or it may more accurately be simply called a tomb. "We've got bodies down here!" I heard the officer call up. Bodies. That word hit me hard. "How many?" I don't know. Skeletal remains. Multiple corpses." The officer, standing near the top of the pit, looked pale. I can't imagine he'd seen anything quite like this before. Our little community didn't exactly have much crime in it. And this... I found myself staring at the pit as the officer inside climbed down. I'd barely heard what he said to his associate. My hand absentmindedly dropped down to rest on Toby's head as he panted, obviously beside me. My mind was racing, trying to process all that I'd seen. My body ached, but I hardly noticed. That sick, sinking feeling in my stomach grew worse as I remembered the smell, popcorn and funnel cake. "We'll call a team in. Get those out there, and maybe start IDing the remains," I heard an officer say. I saw him looking down into that mass grave, and part of me wanted to tell him I already knew who was down there. I knew that there were 32 of them, and I knew all their names. I didn't say a word, though. Instead, my mind wandered back to Carter for the first time in years. Little Carter. That baby brother I'd so longed to avoid. The one I'd taken off on and abandoned the first chance I'd gotten. I knew he was in that hole, along with the rest of them. His flesh, long since rotted away, and what was left of his bones soon following suit. I wondered if I'd stayed with him, if I'd watched him like a good brother, would he have still ended up down there? Or would he and I be living out our twilight years together? There was no answer to that. There never would be. But I still asked the question as I stood and stared at Carter's watery grave. I didn't hear a thing about the discovery outside of a surprisingly brief mention in the local news. If there was ever any word outside of the town, it was quickly buried beneath another, more pressing news stories. I wasn't surprised to read that they determined there'd be 32 skeletons, although all of which belonged to children. That said, my lack of surprise didn't keep me from following what I could find about the end. The obvious questions still hung over my head, and the discovery of the bodies provided precious little resolution. I don't suppose anyone could have explained why someone had dropped 32 children into a pit and boarded it up. I found precious little from what searching I could do, and it occurred to me there wasn't enough to announce on the news yet, but that felt flimsy. 32 skeletons in a pit in the middle of the woods seemed worthy of more than just passing mention. But then again, perhaps I was just an old man with skewed memories of how the world was supposed to work. I'd gone home after my fall and stayed there, processing everything. I called off work for the next day as well. I assume falling into a pit in the middle of the woods was enough of an excuse to avoid work, and I knew there was somewhere more important I needed to be. My dad was a stubborn old bastard, and as he crept closer to 90, I was sure he'd never die. Despite his age, he'd still maintained most of his independence. I'm sure if I hadn't insisted I'd handle his shopping, he'd still be out and about most days, ignorant to the fact that he wasn't as young as he used to be, and I suppose that made two of us. I didn't know if he'd heard about the pit in the woods. I hadn't spoken to him on the day I found it. I hadn't been sure just how to break the news to him, but I knew it had to be done. I'd gotten up a little bit later that morning, much to Toby's chagrin. He didn't like it when he was denied his morning patrol in the backyard. I'd thought about calling Dad, but I just wasn't sure what I'd say to him. The news I had deserved to be shared in person. Eventually, once I'd taken care of the dog, I made myself leave the house. Time had not left my old house alone. The tree out front I'd once climbed with my friends was long gone, as was the stump. The porch looked different, and there was new yet barren garden out beside it. Mom had set it up in her twilight years, but Dad had never been able to care for it once she passed. When I'd knocked on the front door, I didn't wait for a response. If Dad was upstairs, I'd be waiting a good 10 minutes for him to make the journey via the Stairmaster. I unlocked the door myself, and as I did, I heard footsteps upstairs. "Hi, Dad," I called. "Sean?" Time and cigarettes had given my dad a rasp in his voice. He was clearly awake, but I didn't go up to bother him. "What are you doing here? I thought it was Monday." It is. I took a day off." I called up. I wanted to talk to you about something." "Oh, well, give me a minute. I'll be right down. Make yourself at home. You know where everything is." I did. Although I wouldn't let myself get too comfortable. I'd been out of that house for over 30 years now, and so much had changed. The old floral wallpaper was gone. Most of the furniture had been replaced, and there was only a few relics of the way things had been before. Stepping into the living room, my eyes were drawn to the pictures of Carter on the walls. Dad had kept all of them and lovingly framed them over the years, a grim reminder of what he'd lost on that day of the carnival. On the mantelpiece was an urn with Mom's ashes in it. I heard the whir of the Stairmaster behind me as Dad began his descent, and I turned around to meet him at the bottom of the stairs. He only barely resembled the man I'd grown up with. In my memories, Dad had been a tall, proud man with a bushy mustache and stern eyes. Now, though, I saw only the vaguest resemblance of the man he'd been. He was frail and hunched over. His hair was wispy and white. His jowls sagged down and heavy glasses obscured his eyes. What was left of his mustache was white, and he clutched my hand as I helped him out of the Stairmaster. "Sean," he said softly, and pulled me into a half-hug. "So nice to see you. Let me just get to my chair so I can sit." I clutched his hand as I escorted him to the living room and helped him ease down into his worn-in comfy armchair. I found a seat for myself on the sofa beside him. "There we go. I'm not as young as I used to be, kiddo," he said, half laughing and half melancholy. "Feels like only yesterday I was here with your mom and you were bringing the kids around. How are the boys now?" "They're all right," I said. "Keeping busy. Good. He nodded slowly and relaxed into his chair. "It goes fast, you know. Once upon a time I was your age and I thought I was old." He laughed, his eyes shifting over to one of the pictures of Carter. "Look at me now." He looked over at me now and noticed my polite yet vacant smile. His brow furrowed. "You're a sorry sight. What's going on? Did you get fired?" No, things are fine at work," I said. I exhaled softly as I chose my words carefully. "You see the news at all, Dad?" "I don't bother with it. It's all bullshit and sensationalism these days, and I don't care what the world does anymore." I nodded. His answer didn't surprise me. "Why? What was on it?" I took a few moments to answer. I found something the other day in the woods, out behind that suburb where the field used to be. The one where the carnival took place." Dad went silent. His eyes trained on me, his brow furrowed heavily. There was some rotted wood planks in the middle of the forest that covered up this pit. I didn't see them. I stepped on them by accident and I fell. I'm not injured. I don't need to go to the hospital or anything. Just a few scrapes and bruises, and I had my phone on me so I could call for help. I swallowed. The mental image of that skull embedded in the dirt wall of the pit rushed back into my mind. Had that been Carter's skull? There were bones in the pit. Human bones. Kids. I called the police. They got me out and said they'd get the skeletons out of there. I took a look on the news last night. They said there were 32, my dad whispered. I nodded. I felt a tear streaming down my cheek and wiped it away. I didn't hear anything about them identifying the bodies or dating when they died, but I looked up at my dad. He sat in his chair, dead silent. I saw tears streaming down his wrinkled cheeks. I'm sorry, I whispered. But he didn't say a word. He just stared at a picture of Carter across the room. His breathing had gotten heavier. I'm going to find out who I can talk to. Maybe ask about Carter, I said. If they can identify his remains amongst the other skeletons, maybe we could give him a proper burial. Still, no response from Dad. His hands were shaking, and I stood up to draw nearer to him. I wanted to put my hand over his, and I wanted to tell him everything would be all right, yet as I drew near, he grabbed me by the wrist. His eyes fixated on me. He sucked in gasping breath. Sweat dripped down his brow, and panic reared up in my chest. Something was wrong with him. Sean, he rasped, and I instinctively went for my cell phone. Fuck! God damn it! Hold on! Sean! Tears and sweat dribbled down my dad's face as I dialed 911. I didn't even let the operator speak. I need an ambulance right away. My dad's having some sort of attack, I blurted out, followed by his address. Sorry, Dad whispered as he clung to my arm. His eyes closed, and I held him close as the operator promised that they sent an ambulance immediately. I held on to his every breath, my own heart racing in my chest, terrified this would take a turn for the worse until, at last, the paramedics arrived. I suppose the news had been too much for him to bear. Dad's heart attack hadn't killed him, thank God. But as I rode with him to the hospital in the ambulance, I was so sure I'd lose him, and then I'd stay as close to his side as I could until they moved him to his own room. We're going to keep him here for observation for a few days, one of the doctors had told me. We need to be sure as we can there won't be another incident after we discharge him. I'd just nodded in response. Yeah, whatever it takes, I'll cover the costs, I said. The day wasn't even half over, and I already felt exhausted again. I suppose I'd know it. I'd need to take another day off, although it hardly bothered me. My dad's health came first. He was asleep when I'd left the hospital. I'd stopped to get a burger in order to clear my head. So much had happened over the past couple days. It was hard not to feel a little bit blindsided by it all. My mind drifted back to my dad stuck in his hospital bed. I couldn't imagine his mental state. 50 years of not knowing what happened to Carter, then at last, something right out of the blue. I wonder what I would have felt if it had been my son. As soon as I'd eaten, I headed back to Dad's place. Since he was clearly going to be in the hospital for a while, I wanted to bring him some things from home. His medication, a change of clothes, maybe some minor things that make his stay just a bit better. I wanted to be there for him when he woke up. I wanted to know he wasn't alone in his grief for Carter. The door was still unlocked from when we left, and I pushed it open quietly. I glanced over at his empty armchair and at pictures of Carter that decorated the living room before heading upstairs. Stopped off at the bathroom first to collect his pills and then to the bedroom to get some clothes. I'd only been in Dad's bedroom a few times, helping with some handiwork. Queen-sized bed had one side almost untouched, the other unmade. The room was otherwise tidy and neat. In the closet, I spotted some of Mom's old clothes, still hanging up as if they were waiting for her. I suppose Dad had never been able to bring himself to throw out her old things. I doubt I could have done it either. It hardly mattered either way. When Dad died, they'd find new homes eventually. I pushed the clothes out of the way and found some comfortable-looking t-shirts for him to wear, as well as a pair of jogging pants with some old stains on them, among other things. Most of his clothes were suits or button-down shirts, which I ignored and pushed out of the way, as well as see if there was anything else lingering near the back. Then I paused. In the low light of the closet, it was difficult to make out the checkered pattern. I was sure it was just flannel at first, but on instinct I grabbed it and pulled it out. The outfit hung on one hanger. The pattern was worn and frayed from the moths that had gotten over it over the years, but I would have recognized it anywhere. Black and red checkers. There was no sign of the mask or the hat, but there didn't need to be. I stared at the outfit silently, holding it up to the light as I tried to process what I was seeing, and suddenly I felt sick. I wanted to scream. I wanted to hurl the costume away like a venomous snake, or bury it in the closet and pretend I hadn't seen it. But I did neither of those things. I just stared at it like a goddamn fool as I realized the truth. I left the bedroom in a haze. The smiling pictures of Carter on the walls seemed to watch me, almost with an accusatory glare.
I couldn't bring myself to look at them as tears streamed down my cheeks. I still clutched the checkered clown outfit, bunched up in a grip so tight it turned my knuckles white. I was shaking. As I descended the stairs, I headed to the door, consumed by only a single-minded purpose. When Dad awoke, I sat quietly in the chair beside him. The machines beeped quietly around his bedside, but I closed the door so we'd have our privacy. Outside, the sky was dim with twilight, and Dad's uneaten hospital dinner sat on a tray by his bed with his pills. Sean. His eyes were on me. He looked exhausted and weary. I didn't answer. I just stood up and tossed the worn outfit into his lap. He looked down at it, eyes glowing with a solemn recognition. His shaking fingers brushed the old fabric. For a moment, I half expected him to have another heart attack. He looked at me again, mouth opening and closing as he tried to figure out what to say. Why? I asked. My voice trembled with rage. Fresh tears gathered in the corner of Dad's eyes. Sean, Why? My voice echoed through the room, and Dad recoiled from me, panting heavily as the tears fell down his cheeks. Carter, he was your son. I had to. Dad's voice was weak and mournful. We had no choice. The fever. The sickness, we didn't know what to do. What? What are you talking about? What fever? What sickness? There was no fucking sickness. There was. Dad snapped. You were too young. You didn't understand. It came on so suddenly. It was a smaller town back then. Nearest doctor was the next town over. People started getting sick. They started dying, and we were scared. We didn't know what to do. The adults, the ones who were sick, they knew to stay away, but the children, they didn't understand, and it was spreading so fast. And then they started dying, and we couldn't watch. We made a choice, Sean. We made a choice all those years ago. Only choice we could make. We chose mercy over suffering. It was the only choice. To kill children, I whispered. You murdered them. We agreed. No one wanted to know who done it. The men, we held the lottery, and I lost. We put on the carnival to get the children who weren't sick together so they wouldn't ask questions. So they wouldn't know what was going on. Then we rounded up the others, kept them away from the rest of the kids, and one by one I took them into the woods. I took them to the pit we dug. I had a knife. They didn't suffer. Carter didn't suffer. Not like he would have if we'd let the fever claim him, and the parents didn't suffer either. They didn't need to watch their children die. I stood there, watching Dad cry as he uttered his confession. I remembered the pictures of Carter on the wall, staring at him for every hour of every day for the rest of his life after the carnival. After that, I never spoke of it. We all agreed the checkered clown would be anonymous, and we would leave him behind. With the children gone and the last of the fever quarantine, we could move on. Start again, and it worked, Sean, it worked. He reached for my hand, but I pulled away from him. I'm sorry, he whispered, but it had to be done. I just stood there, silent, as my dad looked into my eyes. I couldn't find the words to say. All I could do was stare. Behind me, I heard the door open as the nurse stepped in. Everything okay in here? She asked. I heard shouting. I didn't give her an answer. Instead, I just pushed past her and out into the hall, leaving my dad behind.
got the call about his suicide the next morning. He'd overdosed on his pills. A nurse had found him just an hour before, lying on his bed and wearing that faded checkered clown suit. I imagine he died peacefully, and despite his sins, I'm glad that he did. Part of me wishes I had a better chance to say goodbye, but at the same time, I don't think I could ever look at him again without feeling disgust. I've heard very little about the skeletons uncovered in the woods. It's just a footnote to the legends that started in that summer of 1969, and I suspect that legend will haunt my hometown forever. But I won't let it haunt me. At long last, I know what happened that day, and I don't know if the answers have made me feel better, or just left me hollow. Either way, it's clear to me I can't stay here. It's time for me to find another home. And that was the end of that story. I think I'm going to call it an end for the evening. I have to take care of a few bits of work. Some patients need dealing with, obviously. So I'll bid you all adieu until Sunday, where I should have plenty more enjoyable stories. I hope this was a wonderful evening for you all. I hope you are able to enjoy your time here in the asylum with us all. Remember, all these writers have worked hard, and they deserve something. So at the very least, feel free to take a look at their Reddit pages. A few other information has also been provided in the description. I would like to thank all of the authors: NazgulTalion, Googly Eyes 93, HeadOfSpectre, SquishyCabbage, Delta 129, RichardSaxon, Viktor, Caged Misery, Brom, Marlowe, and Casey were alien. Thank you all for a wonderful evening, and I think I will take care of my patients now. Clearly, they might be getting a little anxious, and it is about time to make sure that they're locked into their rooms. So, I bid you all adieu, and I shall see you on Wednesday at 7. Have a wonderful evening, and I will make sure we have visitation open a little bit early on Wednesday.